Hello.
Hello and welcome. Welcome to the startup stage at Infobip Shift 2023 conference. My name is Albert. I'm your co-MC. This is Thea. Also our co-MC. She's from Infobip. I have my own startup, but they told me that I need to co-MC the startup stage because I am not allowed to participate anymore because I have pitched too many times. So, anyways, without further ado, do you want to say something or should we just, get to the thing?
Well, we're going to get to the thing. So welcome to the startup stage, to our first pitching competition for the early stage startups. We'll have the later stage startups later today. We have 5 promising startups pitching today, and we have 4 judges judging them.
For those of you who don't know how startup competitions work, so this is how it works. So we have different startups. Each startup has 3 minutes to pitch. And if they surpass the 3 minutes, we storm in and we beat them up or something, right? Or no, sorry, we just ring the bell or something like that.
We don't say that out loud.
And after that, we have 2 minutes for the questions from the judges. The judges will be lying on the floor here because that's how we like to do it. After that, we go to the next startup, and the startup that wins gets $1 million in equity-free financing from Infobip. Right? No, oh, sorry. No, that's off the script.
No false promises, please.
Anyways, should we call the judges or something? Yeah?
Let's call the judges.
So, first we have David Pollack, a principal at J&T Ventures, one of the best VC funds in the region. At least that's what they say.
Find your spot, please.
This is your spot. Just lie down.
You're sharing the bag.
Secondly, we have Christian Jepes, an investment manager at Elevator Ventures, also one of the best VC funds in the world.
Welcome,
that's what they
Christian.
say.
Will you choose to sit next to David or?
Yeah, next to him. We put the best VCs in the same, basket. So yeah. Okay, so we have Philip Shashic, founder and CEO at Entrepreneurs for Global Change. Yeah, many different syllables here. So yeah, Philip, come to the stage. Here you go.
Don't sit on the mic, please.
And finally, we have Mario Stoev. He's the associate at Launch Hub Ventures. Mario, come to the stage.
Welcome, Mario.
Not the stage. There. Okay.
So now that you're all very comfortable.
The budget for this conference was very slim, so you only have 2 microphones, so you will have to just, pass it around and stuff like that. Oh, no, sorry, they only get 1 microphone, right?
No, they have 2.
But do we have one for startups as well?
Yes, we do.
Yes, 5 microphones. Okay. So, yeah. Anyways.
You have notebooks here and pens in case you want to take diligent notes.
Yeah, so you should just, scribble something down and have fun. When it comes to startups, so some information for all of the startups, you need to stand at the big X sign. So right here. You have the timer here, so take a look at your time. We'll give you a clicker. And also, if you want to look at the judges or at me, or if you want to look at the crowd, it's up to you. So, just figure that one out. Let's call the first startup to the stage. The first one who has the biggest stage fright, Hypify. Hypify, come to the stage. Here you go. Woo! Yeah, boy.
Test. Hi, everyone.
Okay, that's it. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Albert. I should say at the X sign. There's gold here, yeah, right? Okay, he started, okay. Hi everyone, my name is Stepan and I'm the CEO of Hypify, which is, your presentation started at the end, not at the beginning. Hi everyone, my name is Stepan, I'm the CEO of Hypify, which is an influencer marketing co-pilot that's built for massive scale. The influencer market grew by almost 30% this year, and it grows way faster than both global and digital marketing, which means its share in marketing is also rising. For example, this was 2017, and this is 2023, and there's huge room for additional growth. On top of that, small influencers are way more authentic and better performance than big ones. And that's why most businesses want them. So how are those businesses handling the increased workload? They are struggling to keep up. Why? It's time, money, and effort. Which is why Hypify didn't build a tool. We built a solution that completely automates influencer marketing using data, AI, and solving real-world problems. That enables us to go for the untapped market potential for the long tail of the market, using small influencers to get to small businesses and take all of it. As for our competition, we have marketing agencies that do everything by hand. We have search engines that take care of some of the work. Campaign managers help you a bit more. And marketplaces are currently the best tool on the market. But even they think a part of the process can't be automated in 2023. Imagine that. But it can be. It turns out it can be automated. We automated it, and we achieved 100% automation, which enabled us to be massively scalable and a perfect fit for small businesses, small influencers, and marketing agencies. Hypify is so powerful that it takes you only 10 minutes to set up a campaign, and that's it. You don't have to do anything else. Hypify does everything for you. You just sit back and track your results. We had stable growth this year, but now we had a spike, and we plan to continue speeding and surpassing our current growth this year. We have two pricing models, well suited for both small businesses and for larger teams or agencies. We did 144 campaigns so far with 45 customers in 7 different countries, boasting an 81% retention rate and more than 52 million views, which is why we're trusted by both big brands and small regional companies. We didn't come from the influencer marketing industry. We have more than 20 years of experience in AI automation and development, and we already expanded the team to more than 7 highly talented people. And this is the perfect moment for Hypify to continue growing, because AI does everything now, and people are using it every day, which makes them much more likely to use Hypify, and once they try us, they stay. Which is why we're raising soon, which will enable us to integrate large language models for even more power and expand aggressively to the United States, which we already started biting. Thank you for your attention, and visit us at our booth later today. We have some goodies for you all, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Hypify. Now to the judges. You have 2 minutes for questions.
Hi, this is David.
Hi, David.
Hi, so basically, I would like to understand, how do you measure the impact of the micro-influencers for your clients? I mean, with the Instagram, there's definitely a thing nowadays, but on the other hand, there's always a question, you know, what is the deliverable actually?
Okay, so the main metric is actually reach. So how do we measure how well a micro-influencer performs? Is that we measure his reach per euro, which is always much higher than the big influencers. So in that way, businesses, for the same effort and for the same money, get much better results.
Thank you. And maybe one more thing. So you mentioned you want to, with this investment, go to the US. So
Yes.
what is actually the plan? So if you receive 1.5 million tomorrow, what are the first steps? Are you going to move there?
Yes, I was planning to move there, but but just temporarily, to set up a sales team there and set up marketing. So we need to have a foothold in the United States. I already went to the United States to start making some effort there, and that's the plan. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
A short question following on David. So what % of your client budget is actually spent on you guys? Are they using similar solutions for, you know, the big influencers, and you are just like 1% of their marketing budget?
That's a good question. That really depends on the industry. Cosmetics industry spends more than 30% of its marketing budget to influencers, because that's the strongest branch in influencer marketing. But some other industries spend less. So I can't give you a definite answer to it.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for the pitch. How do you source the influencers? How are they going to get to your platform? Are you going to target individuals, or are they going to be invited to come and kind of apply?
So we don't need to have influencers in our database, because we're not a marketplace. So we don't need to offer them beforehand. That's why it's easy for us to scale to other countries. How we source them is via automated outreach and audience analysis. For example, you launch a campaign tomorrow in Indonesia. We analyze the influencers from Indonesia, find the ones that best match your audiences, and automatically do outreach to them to get them join our platform and work for you.
Great, thanks.
Can you tell us more about who's your target customer? So is it agencies, and how this will change going forward and growing?
Well, currently, our best partners have shown to be agencies, because they are really happy when they use us. They get to keep their margins, but their results go way up and their efforts go way down. In the long run, we plan to scoop up all the small businesses that don't know how to do influencer marketing, never did it before, and don't have the time to invest to learn how to do it.
Okay, thank you
you.
very much. That's it for the question.
Thank
Big round
you.
of applause for Hypify. It's never easy to break the ice. Please give the mic and the clicker to the next in line. Judges ready for the next one? Okay. Next, we have Jaldi. Jaldi, take it away.
Hi, everyone. I'm waiting for, yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Usman. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Jaldi. So first of all, I have a question for everyone here. If you can just raise your hands. Who over here has run digital marketing ads or done a lot of sales calls to qualify leads in the past? Okay, not as many as I expected. So let me introduce you to a problem that millions of small and medium businesses have across the world. Businesses are losing up to 50% of their revenue opportunity due to a leaky top of sales funnel. What this means is that they get back to leads slowly, they don't do follow-ups, and sales teams and marketing teams have no communication amongst each other, leading to lost sales. Existing solutions that are out there, such as CRMs, are hard to set up and use, especially for small businesses. So they end up using Excel sheets to manage their leads. Our vision is to simplify sales for SMEs throughout the globe. And just a fun fact for all of you, Jaldi actually means speed or quickly in Urdu. So both myself and my co-founder have been implementing CRMs and sales solutions for sales teams throughout the Middle Eastern region and scaled sales teams to billions of dollars in sales. And we saw this problem and lived with this problem ourselves when managing these teams. Now, I've lived with the problem, but how do I know that other businesses are facing the same thing? Well, we went out there with an MVP for 1 year. We did market research, we got customers to use our platform, understand their pain points, and then in December of 2022, we launched Jaldi. The biggest thing was simplicity of onboarding their sales team and getting started with the platform. The way we do that is we have a mobile CRM, which only takes 5 minutes to start using for your salespeople. We have direct integrations with different digital channels, which automates lead distribution and leads to a 6x increase in qualification rates. And we have a live dashboard of all performance, saving 50% of admin time. Long term, our goal is to make it as easy as clicking a few buttons to launch a sales team. So today we do lead routing and enforcement, like I mentioned. Then we're about to launch our virtual dialer with partnerships with CPaaS players such as Infobip to allow companies to have phone numbers for any country for their sales teams. And finally, we are going to connect salespeople with businesses. Since we've launched, we've been growing at 35% month on month, and we have over 200 weekly active users. And the reason our clients love us is that marketing managers save 80 to 90% of their admin time. Sales agents only take seconds to use the platform, and we double their sales activity. And sales managers see their teams performing better. The plan going forward is to launch further into the Middle Eastern market, launch an MVP of our virtual dialer, and achieve profitability. And I'd love to connect with potential clients if you have this problem, or other omni-channel startups that are providing similar solutions in like, okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you first of all, thank you for the presentation. Since this is obviously has been a problem for quite a while and you didn't really get to talk about the competition, I would be interested to hear your thoughts on what are some companies that you compete against, as well as why now is the case that this problem has to be solved and has it been solved before?
I actually had another slide, but it was for a funnel of like competition. Basically, there's a lot of CRM players like HubSpot, Zoho, Odoo, Salesforce, etc. They take a lot of manual effort to set up, and they focus a lot on customizability. So a lot of leads will go there, but a lot of admin work is still required, or you have to spend a lot of time and money to customize those solutions to do automation. For us, it is purely focused on the top of sales funnel. So we get leads to the agents instantly. There's only a few clicks to set up your campaigns, whether it's from Facebook, website landing pages, TikTok, etc. And we enforce sales cadences that force salespeople to put updates before they can get more leads. And so the qualification of those leads is significantly higher. Then companies integrate us at times with other CRMs. The reason this is like a need today is because in emerging economies especially, like 80 to 90% of SME sales teams are still on Excel sheets. Other solutions are not meeting their requirements. They mainly work on mobile, use WhatsApp for sales. And so this is like a market need today, something that's mobile friendly and easy to get started with.
Thanks for the pitch, Osman. Quick question about the market size. Can you tell us a little bit about the current market size, but also the future projections?
So right now we're focused on the Middle Eastern market. Within Middle East, North Africa, and Pakistan, the market size is approximately $1.1 billion. That even we're focusing only on SMEs, so enterprises between 1 to 100 salespeople. And like globally, the market size of small and medium businesses is, at least within the CRM industry, like $25 to $50 billion. So over time, that is something we would approach, but our target is first our own region.
We are actually out of time, so that would be it. Thank you so much. Can I get a round of applause?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And also the clicker, yeah. Okay, so, here you go. The green one for next. Okay. The red one that says back is for back. Okay, so no, wait for a second. So the next one is Chiribu. Now you can go. Can I get the applause? Here you go.
And X. Hello, everybody. My name is Yura Sheba. I'm a racing car driver. I'm also automotive journalist. I'm also car buyer. 10 years ago, I had a big problem in my company, and I wanted to put all the emotions out. I wanted to buy only 3 cars, but for the company. And it was a huge mess, because I had a lot of models on the market, a lot of technical details, and a lot of costs that I wanted to consider when buying a car. So the problem is today even bigger, because if you want to buy the car, put all the emotions out, take the technical data, and start surfing the internet. And the fact is, of course, that first you want to go to the internet to start exploring the cars. And when you start to explore the cars, you will see more problems. You will have, let's say, in 2 days, 1 hour, you will have 30 tabs open. You will have a lot of models on the market, crossovers, SUVs, electric cars, LPG, everything. And then you will be in the beginning. So what we wanted to make a solution, which is called Chiribu. Chiribu are all the open 30 tabs in one web page. All the models on the market, all the prices on the market. We have huge database also. And you can compare cars at Chiribu, and you can do whatever you want. You can even buy a car. You can buy a car like, let's say you just click one car, you compare them, and let's say in 5 minutes, not 2 days, in 5 minutes, you really have all the solutions what you want. So, Chiribu is powered by our developer database. Chiribu is giving independent car reviews and comparisons, and you don't need to go anywhere else. You just click, I want to buy a car, and then offers for the car will come back to you. And then, let's say in 2 or 3 days, you will have 10 or 15 different offers, the best offers for buying a car. Why are we different? Because we have Google Star Smart Vehicle Search, we have guided inquiry, we have very good comparisons, we have similar cars for what you want, and we have the cars which are available on the market. Our business model is we will get the money from dealers, membership fee, sales success fee, commission from finance, intelligent advertising solutions, data analytics reports. We will sell our database and blah, blah. We need 300,000 euros of investment for next 12 months for marketing and sales and entrance on the other markets. We will go to Slovenia, to Serbia, and then after to Italy and Austria. This is our team. Me, Darin is responsible for a database. Tomislav, if you like the design, Tomislav is responsible for that. And Stanislav for development of... It's finished. Okay, 30 seconds. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions?
Hi, so thank you very much for the presentation and for the pitch. I have a question. How do you source all the available cars? I mean, do you have some kind of scraping model where you feed the database?
Yeah.
So that's actually one question. And the second, then if you can walk us through the competition. Because there are there is Carvago is apparently for the used cars,
Yeah.
but you know, how difficult would it be for them to actually join the new car market?
Yeah. So the database was a huge problem 2 years ago, and we started manually. That's it. It is very, very hard to take all the data from the different car brands and to put it in just one data sheet. So you can really, unfortunately, do it manually. In the future, we want to do it automatically. We were also buying some databases from the other brands, and that's it. We have employed person for that. And concerning the competition, our business model is totally different. So when you want to buy a car, you will pay 50 euros. I want to see that you are really that you really want to buy the car. Then I call our dealership and say, I have customer who paid 50 euros. And then he will say, okay, for that customer, we will not have a normal price. We will try to bid the price to get the best price for somebody who would like to have the car in 2 days. So this is totally different according to the other, let's say, similar sites. We wanted to try something different this is very important, for low cost. Our costs are very low, and this is we are prepared for the franchise.
I also wanted to ask about competition. Well done with the pitch. That every country in Central Eastern Europe, or at least the world, has their own, usedcars.com. It's like with invoicing companies. Everyone, every nation has a bit of, specialty in these solutions. So how are you going to compete with that? Let's say my Romanian grandfather who used that website that he's been using for the past, 20 years, basically.
We spoke with one startup from Romania,
Okay.
and they come to me and they wanted to make a business with me. And then I say, okay, sorry, but I have this solution. They say, okay, we will not be on this market. We are going to Italy directly. So we have a different solution. We are not selling used cars. We are a solution for brand new cars or years or only 1 year old.
Okay.
So we are not for a used car. This is a business solution for brand new cars.
And how scalable is that across countries? Aren't there differences, like literally,
How do you mean? And can you please talk a little bit louder? I don't
social
hear you.
differences? Sorry, so I mean that the sentiment in each country can be different when, people are buying a car. German likes to buy, new cars. Let's say Central Eastern Europeans like to buy used cars. How are you going to bridge this gap? Or are you focusing on Central Eastern Europe and Italy only?
Sorry, I don't understand your answer,
I'm
your
sorry,
question.
that's all for the questions.
We can talk about this after this one.
We will
Please
talk
feel
about
free to find Chiribu there at the expo area. Thank you very much. Please give it back there with the clicker. Okay, next to the stage, Marta King.
Chiribu, we are kindly asking you to return the Infobip merchandise. Thank you very much. We have a very low budget for this conference, so yeah. Anyways, you can start now.
My name is Darko, nice to meet you. All of us here in this hall are distracted video users. Did you know that 9 out of 10 Americans use a mobile device while watching video content? Brands are paying expensive ads to be shown on video advertising, but who actually watches those ads? Big screens are still the dominant devices for watching video content, but that small mobile device is a big pain in marketing process. Also, the big problem is to activate passive users of mobile apps. All of us here are also passive users. How many mobile apps do all we have installed on our devices but not using them actively? Is there some kind of solution that could solve both problems in one shot? By following those two problems, we try to find out the solution that should be based on interactivity, competition, and gamification. I'm happy to show you our product and to present our solution, marketing in-app. In one sentence, it turns video ads and video content into a fun, interactive, rewarding game. The goal is to get a higher view share of video ads, to propel mobile app growth, and to activate distracted and passive users. How does it work? Well, it's quite simple. By using the mobile app of a favorite brand, sports club, or retailer with our in-app solution, the user catches collectibles. Those are customized animated visuals that he or she could collect in a limited time. It's something like customized animated QR codes that we are doing with our technology. The reward, the rules of the game are defined by the client, by the marketing department. It can be to catch as many as possible different collectibles in a period of time. And of course, to get the reward. The market is huge. Third-party data collapse that is going on for some time is a big opportunity for us. Big players are losing a significant part of their revenues, and that is a big opportunity for us who are dealing with first-party data and data collection in video advertising and mobile app advertising. We made an MVP by bootstrapping. We are focused on retailers in this stage, on sports clubs and brands with a B2B solution. But of course, we will need some money, so in the next phase, we will seek for external financing. Our product is very scalable. So with our strategic partners, we plan to make some features or even separate products within the platform, and of course, a B2C solution in the next phase. Our team has many years of experience in tech and marketing. We're also good friends, colleagues from universities from the first day, and brothers. Thank you very much, and visit us at our booth very close here.
Have you managed to test some of the gamification aspects with potential customers?
Well, I will be honest, we don't have a live case. We are now in the process of implementing our MVP for Croatian retailer. But our sales process is not that short. We need to talk with marketing departments, several, also IT, sometimes even legal department because of the GDPR. But with our sales process, we give our clients a new advertising channel, and they can get more marketing revenues with our B2B solution. So, answer to your question, we didn't test it live on clients. We are now implementing, but we tested on different groups, teenagers, older people, middle-aged, from these different areas, because actually this is a spin-off, not a startup. It's a spin-off from our digital agency. So I could say that we tested a little bit with our clients that we were doing services for them in the digital agency, but nothing live as a use case, just an MVP. Not just, it's bootstrapped.
Okay, guys. So I would like to understand, what is the secret sauce actually? What is the unique selling proposition? Because it seems like those technology is already available. You can actually use it if you want to program it. Is it that difficult, or what is the uniqueness or the unique approach you have towards to this?
I would say that unique selling proposition, what we are giving to our clients, they get data enrichment and data mining. We mixed data they could have, but they don't have it on video, TV, indoor, outdoor, and we mix it with the in-app, with our in-app solution from the data of purchasing habits of the clients, users on their mobile app. So we are giving them a data enrichment, we are giving them a new data mix that was never before made in this way, and we are giving them a new, let's say, advertising channel, with our help, of course.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you so much. Can I get a round of applause? Thank you. Don't run away with that one, okay? Give it to me. Yeah. Okay, so, and now, the next startup can come to stage. The name is Herzensapp. Did I pronounce that right? Yeah.
Correct, thank you.
Okay, here we go. Applause, please, applause, applause. Here you go.
Hey guys, before I start, quick question to the audience. Who of you did personal care services for the elderly, grandparents or parents? Raise your hand. I see some hands, not enough, but there's actually a huge problem in the nursing field. If my clicker also works, or doesn't like it. There's actually a huge problem in the nursing field. A lot of people are actually needing care services, but now it's working.
You just have to press it real hard. You know, this is the Balkans, I'm sorry. Here we go. Okay, so can we
You live, you
reset?
learn.
Sorry. Can we reset the timer, please? Okay, you can start now.
Okay, thanks for the reset. Actually, there's a huge problem in the nursing field. This is Connie. She's been a mobile nurse for more than 20 years, and there are just not enough nurses for the growing demand of elderly people, especially now that the baby boomers are retiring. And on average, she actually earns a slow and a small salary. A lot of nurses, they quit just after 7 years, and a lot about them are thinking of quitting after the COVID crisis. On the other hand, we have Walter. Walter is a care recipient, needs more than 5 nursing visits each week. And once nurses arrives, it's one of the first social impact contacts he gets this week. They are though under a lot of time pressure, close to burnout. He actually pays a lot for the nursing hour, and up to 30% of the time spent, the client is spent on manual documentation. What is our solution? One app for all, the Herzensapp. Think of it like Uber for nursing. We connect nurses and care recipients and give them smart digital tools. Why is the time now? Actually, I mentioned we have a nursing crisis, which is just getting stronger, and smartphone adoption is getting higher, technology literacy is getting better. What is our market? Actually, European market for mobile nursing is more than 90 billion, and there are more than 7 million nurses and caregivers in Europe alone. Our competition, we know our competition, we have a competition and know some of them even personally. What is our product? Our product for nurses like Connie, we actually give them speech-to-text tools for documentation, so she can actually talk into her phone and save up to 60% of time. An AI-assisted nursing plan, actually it's something the nurse needs to do, and it can save up to 1 hour per patient, per nurse, per month. That's an enormous time saving, and some other smaller features. For care recipients like Walter and his family, actually direct communication to the nurse is something that's not possible nowadays. Transparent activity and cost overview, and instant access to a huge pool of available nurses. Our business model, we are foremost a platform model, charging up to 10%, 0 to 10% in commission fees, and we have a layer of SaaS tools on top of it. So mobile nurses who need some extra tools, they get charged 15 euros per month. Who makes it all possible? We are a team of industry experts. First, we have Dr. Bernhard Adelsberger. He's a nurse himself. He was the director of the largest national nursing school, trained more than 4,000 nurses. Then there's me, I have business and startup background. Dr. Alireza Fassi, actually for 15 years ago, he already did his PhD in AI. Since then, he's been a technical team lead. And Oliver Wimmer, also business and startup background. On top, we have a team of 9 other employees. And actually our traction, we're not on the market yet. We are in the piloting phase right now. We still secured 460,000 in public funding, still some open grants, and we're open for funding, 850,000 to 1 million for the round size, and we want to close it in Q2 of 2024. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Very quickly, so as far as I understood, you're based in Austria right now, and all the business that you do is happening there. So
that's correct, yeah.
How would expansion look for you, and how do you plan to get into other countries and replicate what you have done in Austria in those other countries?
That's a very good question. We started in Austria because we have our roots there, and also like our co-founders Bernhard had his nursing school there. But we want to tackle especially the German market afterwards. It's like 8.5 times the size, quite similar in structure, and we want to target it actually with good marketing and sales campaign. That's what is actually planned for the investment round in Q2. And from there on, we also want to explore other countries in Europe. But for now, we are focused Austria, Germany, and then exploring Europe.
And why are you focused in Austria and Germany? Is this because it's a specific market or just because you speak the language and you feel comfortable there?
It's not the language, it's we know the market very well. We need to start somewhere, hence we start there, have the biggest network there as well. But if we have good partners, we also want to explore other opportunities, especially Europe, America are also interesting. But first, get some PS on the street.
Konstantin, thanks for the pitch. So I've worked with people with disabilities, and the worst thing is when we work with nursing carers and they don't show up. How do you mitigate that risk when you do set up an appointment and that on that day when that person is supposed to receive some care, that person doesn't show up?
That's a huge issue, of course. How it's done nowadays is you have some backup nurses. So each nurse, they have let's say a small circle of colleagues they know, colleagues they trust. So in case they don't show up or in more cases it's they're sick or they're on vacation, then they can jump in. If a nurse doesn't have a network and doesn't show up, it can happen, of course, then you need to punish it with reach on the platform or even not allow her to continue if her behavior is actually endangering clients.
Are you selling to hospitals or these nursery homes or to the elderly clients themselves?
Actually, it's a good question as well. We are just focusing on the home care market. So everything that happens in the home of a patient, of a client, not in a hospital, not in a care home. And we are actually charging money from the nurses.
Okay, maybe can you elaborate more on the go-to-market and the whole model? Because this, you mentioned it's going to be Uber for nursing. So basically you need to secure both sides of the demand, right? And the
Exactly.
supply. So can you elaborate more how you would like to build it up?
Yeah, actually to focus on that, we are starting with a step in between. We focus on the 24-hour caregivers. They are 24 hours in the home of a patient. They do some minor nursing work. It's not as qualified as nursing. And there are already agencies who get those families and caregivers matched. And we want to onboard them for all the digital tools because they benefit the same as nurses do. So we already get families on board, we get caregivers on board, and then we want to roll it out to actually the nurses when we already have a lot of families on it.
Thank you. That's all for the questions.
Thank
Feel
you.
free to find Herzens up in the expo area. And that wraps it up. The 5 startups who dare to come on the stage, a big round of applause for them, please. We will announce the winners and give the awards at the closing ceremony on the main stage. So startups, be prepared later today. So 5:30. That's it. Thank you very much. Lunch break, and we'll see you here later at 2:30.
Test. Hey, hello everyone, and welcome back from the break to the Infobip Shift 2023 conference. We have a new session coming up. The name of the panel is West meets East, CEE versus Silicon Valley. It's a panel, and it's basically going to talk about, well, can you build a company, can you succeed from this whole region? I can say, like, from my personal experience, when I have been thinking about raising my first fundraising round, the first thing that people were telling me was you should open a company in Delaware and you should make a holding company there and make an ownership flip, otherwise you are not going to succeed. On the other hand, I had people that were telling me you should not do this and you should be proud of being a Croatian company. At the end, I ended up with a Delaware company, but I'll give it away to the folks that have more experience in this than me. First to the stage, I would like to invite David Polak, a principal at JNT Ventures. Can I get a small applause, please? Sorry, a big one. Here we go. David, this is your seat to the right. We have music as well. Then, secondly, Christian Jepes. Christian Jepes, investment manager at Elevator Ventures. I got a very special pronunciation instructions for his surname, you know. Christian, please sit here. Thirdly, Bogdan Lordake, general partner at Underline Ventures. Bogdan, join us on the stage. Don't be shy. This one is yours. And finally, we can't do this panel without our moderator, Lucia Rage. She's a startup partnership specialist at Infobip. Lucia, this one is yours. Here we go, and now I'm going to go away and do nothing. Bye-bye.
Test. Okay. So hi again, everyone. You're probably all sick of me by now. So in this session, we're just going to talk about the obsession with Silicon Valley and the constant obsession to find the new Bay Area. So how does Central Eastern Europe actually compare to that? So I'll be joined by the experts, Bogdan, Chris, and David. I think it will be better for those who still, although I think there's not a lot of you, but for those who still don't know you, that you just like quickly introduce yourselves. What do you do, etc.
So, hi, I'm David from JNT Ventures. We are a Prague-based fund. We are staying in Czech Republic. We do invest in Czech Republic and also in the whole region. We have a 2 portfolio of companies in Croatia. And I believe that this region has a big potential. So that's why I'm here, and I hope to meet plenty of new startups. Please.
Great to have you here, David. My name is Chris. I'm with Elevator Ventures, Raiffeisen Bank International's corporate VC fund. We manage 50 million euro. We are raising another fund soon, another 50. And I'm looking forward to meet anyone who is building a fintech company or sort of a related technology company, more on the Series A stage, so obviously post-revenue. Feel free to find me, and passing the word to you, Bogdan.
Hello everybody, my name is Bogdan Iordake. I'm the general partner at Underlying Ventures. We are a $20 million privately raised fund from Romania. We invest across CE at pre-seed, seed stages. We have one investment in Croatia and another one recently in Serbia. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks, everyone. So it's not a secret that CEE countries offer a prospering environment for different tech companies. So we can often hear that the region is referred to as the potential new Silicon Valley. So is it really, though? What is your view on this? Maybe, David, we can start with you.
I mean, partially you are correct, and partially you are not correct. I mean, Silicon Valley is a great place to actually start startups, and I believe that actually in our region we have the tech talent, and we can build great solution at potentially great global companies because technologically wise, our founders are very strong, and you will find plenty of these kind of founders even in a Silicon Valley, in a great startups which are actually growing super fast. On the other hand, our companies are still not, or the founders, they still don't have the mentality of the Silicon Valley founders, where every single solution, every single startup is going to the investors and actually pitching to change the world or change the way how we live. So that's something what I feel we are still missing here. the founders in our region are very good entrepreneurs, but we are still missing that bit of I don't want to say bullshitting, but that big of a big vision and actually the drive to actually build a global huge company. So on the tech side, we can compare. On the other side, we can't really, not yet at least.
Chris?
I second David. I would only like to add, without shooting cliches to the crowd, that out of experience, just by way of construction, we have, of course, many countries here in Central Eastern Europe and in Europe overall. But we have, of course, Germany, France, where you can really be at a company, and it doesn't necessarily have to go beyond its borders. But in the US, it's a bit different. If you stay in the US, you can still be a great company. And out of experience, I can tell that the opportunities and the companies that we look at, Series A stage, they can still be at a stage where they say, okay, I'm a Polish company, we have 40 million people, I can service these guys and, raise the round and let's see what happens, still test in Poland. And then, we can go to Germany, we can then, go to Austria, then, maybe to the Balkans even. And this never works. Out of experience. Maybe there is a case where, this was the case. There are some certain business models, consumer finance companies, they can't just jump from, Hungary, Austria to Germany. They need to get license, build up operations, have teams, salespeople selling to clients, etc., etc. But if you talk about holistically, and if you're hunting really unicorns, that are boundaryless in terms of geography, this mentality that, okay, I just test in Poland, I have 1 million revenue, and then let's see what happens, it never really works. And I think this is something that, in the US, they don't even have to think about it, because if they just stay American, they can succeed. And I think that's an important aspect here. Bogdan, what say you?
Yeah, I think it really depends on, when you think about Silicon Valley, what does Silicon Valley mean? Definitely, Silicon Valley does a lot of good things that we should learn from and try to copy or at least adapt. But I don't think there will be another Silicon Valley, not even in the US. There will be multiple tech centers. CE will become definitely a significant, ecosystem, technological ecosystem. We already have lots of billion-dollar companies like Infobip and many others, and we'll only see more. But we don't play in the same, we don't swim in the same lake as, the guys from San Francisco. We don't have the same culture, we don't have access to the same level of capital, so things are just different. To become the next Silicon Valley, let's say just to become a significant technology ecosystem in the world, what are the things that we could learn? And I think you were referring to, this big vision and mentality, and we were just discussing about this. Many times the founders that you meet have, objectives that are not really venture compatible. I have a small fund. I have only a $20 million fund, but in order to invest at the early stages and sort of to do the type of investments that are a good fit with my fund model, I need every company in my portfolio to have a potential outcome of above 500 million. That is massive. And you have really big companies like, I was looking at Mixpanel these days, which only makes less than 100 million in revenue. So it's really, really rare to find companies like that. Being able to think about, you have this shorter plan about viability, how you're going to build the product, how you're going to get the first customers. That's very tactical, and it's one and it's needed. But in second layer of that is, what's your big vision? How can you get to build a really big company? And that might not be the end for most companies, and that's totally fine. But in order to be sort of the next Silicon Valley, I think we just need more companies like that who will be massive in some of the verticals out there.
Basically, we don't and can't really copy it, but there's certain stuff that we could certainly learn from it. We're going to come back to this later when we talk about the founders. So obviously CEE has a lot of unicorns coming from it. So how did they actually affect the countries that you come from, the whole startup ecosystem? Did that make them, I think like when we think of Infobip, I think it actually inspired people to stay in the region and focus on the region, like you can build a unicorn here. But how is it like, Bogdan, we can start with you with UiPath. Like obviously they have IPO'd, they're now a US registered company.
Yeah,
But
it's a Romanian-born unicorn.
Yeah.
I would not consider it a Romanian company anymore entirely, at least because while their biggest company office is still in Bucharest, the leadership team is now in New York. So like UiPath is really unique, not only for Romania or CEE, it's really unique for Europe. It's the fastest growing company to 100 million ARR in Europe ever, and second fastest in the world after Slack. So that being said, it's quite an exceptional company, in its own, and it has definitely impacted the local market in multiple ways. Ambition and this like hope of founders building something really big out of Bucharest is definitely there. But in the same time, it was the first company who got a lot of expertise about how to scale like massively using all the potential tactics and channels and whatever. And now you have this type of knowledge right next to you, so you can hire those people, you can get them for advising or consultancy gigs. That's really important. And the second or third element would be the fact that it has put, because it has been such an outstanding success, it has put Romania and in all honesty, mostly Bucharest on the map. And nowadays we have VCs coming from all around the world, like even like from New York, you have people flying into Bucharest to meet founders. It's absolutely ridiculous, and we have that's really good because me as an investor now I have a high level of competition on one hand, but then also really good capital to follow on my investments. So that's excellent. Yeah.
Thanks. Chris, David, do you have any comments, maybe?
A very short one. I don't want to talk about the things that Bogdan highlighted, but approaching it from a different angle. I mean, we sit in Austria as the HQ of Raiffeisen, and I mean, out of experience, the two unicorns that are there are GoStudent and Bitpanda. GoStudent is being the edtech company, Bitpanda is the crypto app. And these businesses haven't exited yet, right? But we see, or I see actually, if you just take a look around me, a network effect that I know 3 guys that joined GoStudent when it was I think 15 people strong company. Now it's, I don't know, 1,500 and all over the world. And I see that, I mean, these guys haven't cashed in. Of course, they got their big bonuses and all that by delivering on milestones, etc., etc. But I see them that these guys are not there with the company anymore. They said that was a nice journey. And they are all establishing their own B2B sales houses, helping companies, startups. And that's, their way of giving back. So, we don't talk about guys that are just counting their, old-timer Porsches, but we talk about guys that's still very hungry. And that's their form of giving back, obviously, by focusing on this specific part of the business. But that's just an example of, you don't need to have a full-blown exit, but rather, these guys that just sort of left the company after supporting it for 5-10 years, that they're giving back to society, giving back to the startup scene, and, just leveraging what they learn. And that's scaling, right?
Yeah, I would like to actually add that all those companies we see currently in our region, being it UiPath or being it Infobip, or in Czech Republic we have Product Board or Rohlik, all those companies are actually great for the ecosystem because they put us on the map. So the big global guys, big global funds are actually flying into our countries, to our conferences. They are start dedicating the partners and also some parts of their funds to actually travel within the whole CE and SE region to actually look for great companies so they can actually invest in them. So that said, the capital actually is here available from a global guys, and the founders, they are able to actually touch it. I mean, all those huge unicorns and all those people who actually already worked for them can also give back to the community, and they are trying to do that. I mean, Infobip has a great success story in Croatia, being almost bootstrapped. Now with the initiative of the Startup Tribe, it's also like pulling all the Croatian startups together, trying to work with them, doing this conference. UiPath also, people work for UiPath. Now they're joining other startups. They're also kind of enhancing the whole community. The same we have in Czech Republic. All those guys who actually experience the path and actually can share back the experience and the contacts, that's something what actually puts our ecosystems to the higher level. And on top of that, in a current environment where every investor actually seeks the capital efficiency, I mean, we as our region, we should be the winners of that. Because our founders are great entrepreneurs and they are able to build companies with much bigger capital efficiency than the Western startups. And that's something what is now actually what the big guns are looking for. Some good companies at a reasonable valuation which can actually keep growing, and they didn't burn 10 million euros to just build 1 million ARR. So we should actually utilize that, and all those little pieces kind of builds together. So I really believe that the CE and SE region has the big potential.
Thanks. So I'm going to come back to a subject that we actually touched upon during the first question. So how would you compare the founders of CEE and those of Silicon Valley, but not just them, but the VCs or CVCs as well? David, I think you have a lot of stuff to say on this topic, so we're going to start with you.
You have 15 minutes, David.
That'll be enough, maybe.
So basically, I mean, in the US, when you speak with the founders, they all have these huge visions. They might not even have the tech, they might not even have the company, but they actually want to change something. They want to change the way how we live, to change how we think about life, change their full industry. The founders in our region, they usually they want to build a company. They are entrepreneurs. The vision is kind of like going together with them. Once they grow, the vision is 10 meters ahead of them. And if you're building the company in this way, that the vision is 10 meters in front of you, I mean, we mentioned it before, that the founders basically, they get 1 million ARR, it's like, oh, great, so now I'm gonna get to next level. Now I can expand to different country. It's a different kind of building of a company than when you actually say, okay, I want to be a huge global company since day one. You set up your processes, your legal entities and everything since day one, and you kind of go global. So our founders should actually think about how to build a company and not to think only one step ahead. That's amazing for being an entrepreneur. You're running the company very efficiently and you can actually reach and you can build a lifestyle business, but it will not allow you to go the startup way. Because then if you go for the Series A or Series B and you speak with the big investors, they are really looking for your company to be sold at 1.2 billion euros or €1 billion. But actually, some of the founders are happy if they're going to be sold for 50 million, and that's success as well. On the other hand, it's not sufficient for the huge funds. So maybe you can add something, Bogdan? Christian?
You mentioned the fact that in the US, founders have, like all the founders have this big vision. Like, don't get me wrong, 90% of that is bullshit. Like, they tell you all these nice stories, and it's sort of obvious that they will never get there, and the products that they do are sort of mediocre. Eastern Europe has the opposite problem. Obviously, not all the companies that founders start can be unicorns or big companies, but definitely some of the companies that are started in Eastern Europe can become much bigger than the founders present. So it's sort of the founder's job to figure out how much they can realistically stretch the vision that they have. in order to start thinking and building a plan for a company as big as possible out of whatever they are doing. Because the effort in doing a small company and the effort in doing a big company, it's sort of the same. I mean, you still work, 80 hours a week. It really doesn't matter. What it matters is just the trajectory that you put yourself on. And like my personal theory around that is that culturally, Eastern Europe has always been a very unstable ground in the last hundreds of years. So it's sort of, difficult from a cultural point of view to plan for greatness, for big things, because you just don't have this exercise. Everybody is planning for survival. Everybody is focusing on, how do I get to break even? How do I get to the first million? Because you got me the chance to talk about this, I want to compare the evolution of the founders with the evolution of the investors in CE, because the investor mentality in CE is also, part of this game. Before doing investments, I was a founder, a modest founder, modestly successful. Definitely no UiPath material here. But at some point, I had a company who had, proprietary technology, a good team, clients, etc., etc. And the only investment offer that we got was 10,000 euros for 51% of the company. So that was 2008. That's like 15 years ago, right? 5 years later, you see UiPath raising $1.5 million at seed with 200K revenue. And 5 years later, you see 1 million seed rounds with almost no revenue. And now you see seed rounds which are 2 or 3 million with a revenue which is in the hundreds of thousands. I think the investment landscape is also progressing very fast. Even sometimes maybe faster or slower than the founders, but definitely fast. And now you can build great companies out of CE because you also have the cash, and you also have like much better access to investors than just a decade ago.
Thanks. In 4 minutes, if it's okay. What did the MC say? Questions in 4 minutes, right? Okay. So yeah, Chris, do you have anything to add on this?
I wanted to be last because my perspective maybe is the most boring one. It's I just came off a meeting with a Greek fund that told me in the face that don't give me. I mean, obviously between funds, that's the market. So we pitch our portfolio companies to each other, and then people like it or not. And then this guy told me that, hey, Chris, I mean, never give me a company that burns cash. And I said, okay, okay, that's this is maybe an extreme example, but without being a judge of things and being too clever, because the guy has a lot more years experience than I have. Probably these companies then, that he touches are not going to be the one success stories that you will read in, TechCrunch, that, they conquer the world and raise 2 rounds within, 24 months and then going to be IPO'd in 3 years. But rather, these growth equity cases, as we maybe call them. So, they're just to connect to this mentality between CE and the Valley or US in general. And to give you this boring perspective, we are a CVC, meaning that there is one limited partner, Raiffeisen, giving us the money. And obviously, I mean, we are, I think, the second endeavor of this entity. The first one was 15 years ago and failed miserably. Let's see about us, but hopefully not. So basically, these companies started, okay, let's create a fund. We have a budget for innovation. And obviously, there's an adverse selection because they want to invest in companies that are catering to the mother entity. So obviously, if I create a VC out of a auto company, I would be investing in auto technology, developing software companies, and obviously, my bosses, my IC would have to like that product, which naturally creates an adverse selection. But what I'm seeing now is that this first round of CVCs, I mean, even in Central Eastern Europe, there is now maybe this second round. So At least if you talk about banks or big manufacturing companies, they are raising their second and third funds, and progressively these are going to get away from the mothership, meaning that the GPs, the managers are more independent, their ICs are not necessarily sitting in the mother entity, but the decision is with them, which is a good thing because, by definition, VC is investing in growth, and that's why the money is given to these companies, right? So that's basically the perspective, but even at this level where we are raising our second fund, I can tell you that even we are straying a bit away from this mothership and trying to find companies that fit, let's say, the classic VC criteria, that we invest in growth, not, the safe bets that people start off with if they are launching a CVC, obviously. So that was my boring perspective.
Yeah, I just want to add something because this is something that we've talked about slightly in the panel. I think it's important for founders to know that not all venture funds are equal. Even funds that invest, that they call themselves venture funds and they invest at pre-seed or seed, they have different models. And they invest in companies who can have very different outcomes. So there are funds who invest at pre-seed, and their hope is that the biggest winner in their portfolio will be 100 million. And there are other funds who are investing the same amount at the same stage in startups, and their hope, based on their model, is that their winner will be a company who will be sold for $1 billion or more. It's really important for founders to ask the investor, in what type of companies do you actually invest? Like, how does a winner look for you? Because sometimes there is this mismatch of expectations, because everybody presents themselves as a pre-seed fund, but actually the fund models are totally different.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important for the founders to actually align the interests with all investors they have on board, because there is nothing worse than all your stakeholders, shareholders actually sit in the room and they don't have aligned expectations. So I can tell you then it's a big problem for everybody around the table, because you will just not agree. And after all, I mean, it's almost a marriage when you have all the shareholders on board it. I think it's also very important to understand that not every business model is really good for the venture capital. I mean, the venture capital business, I mean, we put usually quite high valuations compared to the standard valuation models of a normal SME businesses or even publicly traded businesses, because we believe in the potential. And the potential is being seen as something that can really blow up in terms of revenues, what goes at least 2 times, 3 times year on year. Basically, if the company grows less than 2 times year on year, then it's on a very tricky path, and it might not be the venture capital case. And actually, if you don't keep the growth 2-3 years after each other, then you might have an issue, because you will never be able to fundraise the next round, and basically the whole venture capital story dies, and suddenly you're looking at a company which might actually be almost profitable, but is not keeping the growth, so then you can't be sold for high multiples. You will look at the EBITDA level, and at EBITDA level it's super low. So you might be surprised, but the value of the company might suddenly really change just by not keeping the growth or having the good potential or the vision how you're going to change it.
Okay, we are a bit short on time, so we're just going to start with the Q&A. Yes?
Thank you very much, and I apologize for interruption earlier. You were mentioning about the founders in the US that have a big vision, while here they want to construct a company. And how much fault of that is the mentality of the venture capital environment in Europe? And how much are they more conservative to turn the money around comparing to US? And in the long term, how good is that for the competitiveness of Europe comparing to the US and Asia, that is actually much more aggressively founding the founders and giving them an environment to think big? Is Europe too conservative from that perspective? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Europe is definitely more conservative than the US, but in the US, everybody who is starting something imagines that they can sell this in the entire US. Like, there's nobody in the US pitching you that they're going to sell this in the US and then expanding to Europe. Like, nobody cares. So this is very first-hand, a very first-hand thing for them. Like I'm in the US, I'm gonna scale this company in the US. In Europe, you need this stretch of imagination where you think, I'm from Romania, I'm gonna sell this, well, not in Romania, actually, I'm gonna sell this in the US and Canada and the UK and whatever. So it's, I think we are in a, sort of an unnatural position from this point of view, but it is what it is. And yeah, definitely, I mean, the venture capital in Europe has been, throughout the time, much more conservative. Now, going back to what I was saying, it has become much, much more dynamic and risk-taking in the last 5 years, mostly because of the competition with the US funds.
You still have a Europe with the EU with the 400 million people there, so it's quite a big economy. Yes, you do have a cultural differences between, selling in Romania comparing to Austria, Germany, France, Spain, and others. But people who are inside the US, they also know they're starting to have a cultural differences there as well in terms of where do you start up a company. You don't start up a company, for example, in Oklahoma. I'm not pinpointing very much Oklahoma because I studied there, so I understand that. But comparing to the regional, being in California, being in Washington, being in around Delaware in that region as well. So they fought through those differences. I'm just saying that maybe the venture capitalists should be more aggressive as well and promoting the founders to think big as well.
Definitely that's part of the game.
Yeah, maybe I would just comment, I mean, Europe is definitely more conservative, but on the other hand, we also have here the European funds, and they go also very much aggressive. You see huge rounds at the crazy high valuations. It can actually happen. The biggest issue is that the founders, they expect these kind of valuations, always arguing, oh, my competitor in the Silicon Valley fund raised that amount for that kind of valuation. And I mean, they don't take into account that they have much lower cost in here and usually different markets. So the market is much more fragmented, and also it takes usually one more round to get to the point where they would like to get, right? But on the other hand, actually venture capitalists, we would like to see the big rounds, and many funds are happy to jump in the round, which is like overvalued once they actually believe in the vision, and even at the pre-seed stage. So you can touch on, as Bogdan mentioned, 2-3 million as a pre-seed stage, almost no revenues, and that's kind of already the way. But on the other hand, also in Europe, we are more conservative, which actually is advantage nowadays, and for our region, even bigger advantage, because we didn't have such a drop as we saw in the West, in the West compared to, with all the valuations, all the rounds, and so much written off of capital. So the capital efficiency is nowadays in the venture capital very important, and we can thrive on that.
Okay, thank you. We are out of time, unfortunately, but if anyone has any questions, feel free to find David, Chris, or Bogdan around and ask them some more. So, thank you very much. Round of applause, a big round of applause. Okay, are we ready for the next session? Woo! Come on.
Yeah.
A little bit of applause, come on. Is there any energy here? Thank you. So, one-on-one with a founder is always a crowd pleaser. One-on-one with an extremely successful founder is even a bigger crowd pleaser. And who better than our very own Isabel Jelenic, CTO and founder of Infobip. So Isa, if you could join us on stage. On this fireside chat by Nevena Rendeli-Vezovic.
Whoa, okay. Nicola, is it crowded enough? I think yes. I'm Nevena Rendel-Ivezovic, and I will be your host today on this exclusive, I can say, one-on-one on Shift 2023. It's also an exclusive opportunity for all of you to talk with one of the founders of Infobip. So please do raise your hands and ask questions. We'll see you. We have 30 minutes hard talk. Isabel, are you ready?
I hope so. Let's find out.
So let us begin. So from 0 to 1 billion in revenue, first unicorn in Croatia. Do you remember or can you highlight a key strategy moment or a decision that was crucial for the company's success?
It is hard. I wouldn't say it's only one or two key strategy or key decisions. I think it's rather a lot of small things happening one by one. I cannot point out one big thing or two big things, but rather of many of them.
You won't write self-help books and just say, this is a 5 recipe to success.
Nah, it's hard.
But when you remember the early 2000s and the beginning, how did it all begin? Was it like everything should happen like this and you knew this is going to happen? Did you have any plan?
I could now say like, yeah, I was a visionary and I knew everything, but of course it was not the story. For me, it was kind of really something that looked very interesting. So we are now, if we are thinking about it, was 2003, 2004, 2005. So the IT was not so strong at that point. So it was before Facebook, Google, and all, those big companies. And I was really excited to try something where me being a developer, programmer, is something really strong and something that really creates value. So it was one of the rare things where IT was not support for some other industry, but rather the main thing. And this is what drove me crazy at that time, and I said we should try it.
But let us see the examples. As I know, it started with a Christmas message. Please tell us about it.
Yeah, so it was kind of before we had any like big platform. And I remember this night we had some client and we had to send messages. It was New Year Eve. And I was driving with car to my then girlfriend, nowadays wife. And before went out, I ran some script that should be sending those messages around 10:30, 11 p.m. New Year's Eve. And during the driving, I realized that I made some mistake. And so I came to my girlfriend's house, ran inside, you know.
Her parents in the
her
house,
parents were around,
dinner.
of course, waiting for me, dinner, everything. I ran there, opened the laptop, and started coding something to make sure everything is right. And you know, it was like happening for half an hour before New Year. And
Parents were delighted.
And I still remember the face of her father, like, she deserves better.
But now, does he say he was wrong?
Now I guess it's better perspective.
Okay, I saw an article today in Croatian media. There is a quote from Dražen Orešćanin, I think he's here in the public. So the title was, "Our government doesn't have a clue what Infobip does." Is it still true? Do people more recognize in Croatia what do you do? Or they're just bragging, we have Infobip in Croatia, but nobody really knows what is the main core business?
I think it was hard for them at the start to realize and to understand, so they're really, really far away. But somehow I feel the situation is improving, so we are kind of able to have some fruitful discussions in recent times. So we are maybe not still fully there, but I think it's really getting better.
So, but in the beginning, was it that easy to explain to not only to the government, but to the local community? What do you do? Did you have some funny examples? What happened when the tax company came?
Yeah, it was. We had a lot of interesting situations from that point of time. I remember that our the accountant at one point asked, like, after doing for a few years with us, and like at some point she came and said, okay, now I got you, I understand what are you doing, but I need you to tell me, where are those messages now? Where are they now in this moment? I had to try to explain this. So we had really a tough time, hard time explaining what's our core
Were they
business.
in the box or something?
Yeah, on some truck.
Did you have a truck?
Waiting to pass the border.
So, okay, I suppose it wasn't easy in this 20-year travel and experience from 0 to 1 billion, but I want to know, and suppose everybody here, you always talk about the good things, about the lessons, but pardon my French, I want to know about fuck-ups. So please, could you remember some lessons that you learned from mistakes?
There were, for sure, many mistakes, especially in early days, when now we are like 3.5 thousand people, and we have many departments and many specialists around. But at that point of time, we are working on everything alone, actually. So, for example, I know the Infobippers know this story very well. We didn't have HR, onboarding process, nothing. And I remember that I had to learn on our own mistake. So I know that we got new girl coming, and I really needed help because we were overwhelmed with a lot of things to do. And I just onboarded, at least I thought I onboarded her in 15 minutes. Do this, check the scripts, do this, if this is green, if this is red, do something else, blah, okay, please start, because we need it immediately. And I know it was her first day, and after lunch she didn't come back.
Really strange.
So, yeah, I was too busy, and I was hoping that tomorrow morning she will come back, but surprisingly she was not there even tomorrow morning. So I tried then to think a little bit, and okay, it's kind of easy to understand where I messed up. So I called her again and had another coffee, and she's still working on Infobip now. And however, I guess sometimes there are mistakes that are harder to realize. This was kind of easy because I got immediate feedback from her.
So now you have 3,400 people working in Infobip in 72 countries, yeah?
Yes.
On every continent, almost. Is it easier now?
It's definitely different. The times are also different. The things are moving very fast, and I think it's just in these 15 years, things are just going more and more faster and faster. So I would say, no, it's hard to say if it's easier or harder, but it's definitely different. But it's something that's different. Wherever you take some period of time, it's always things are different, because this IT sector is really moving fast, and we have to lead it or follow whatever, but things are changing extremely.
So this was diplomatic, but you're a developer. You started as a developer. At the beginning, you had to be both or three things, like the seller, the businessman. Today, you don't develop anymore, yeah? You don't do the development.
Unfortunately not. No.
Why unfortunately?
I mean, because I like to do. I like coding. This is why I was at the beginning here, and I really liked it a lot. And I knew from my early days, when I was 10, I got my first Commodore 64. I knew that's it. The excitement that I felt then coding followed me through all these years, and I really was happy about coding. However, when I realized it was somewhere in 10 years ago, when I realized that I don't have enough time and I have to let people that are much better than me to let them code. And
They
I should
are
just,
better, really?
Yeah, much
Okay.
better. I just have to enable them to do their own best, and it will be good enough.
So for you, short answer, developer of businessman, if you can choose now again, would you stay in this or you'll be where you are today?
This is a tricky question. Well, yeah, it depends, but I like the combination a bit. I still steal some moments for my own things to try to keep track as much as possible, because I still have a lot of fun there, but not business-wise. There are things, as I said, there are folks that are much better and faster, and I just don't have time to be at the same level as they are.
So I said 3,400 people. How do you lose control? Do you ever lose control over everything? And do you have still control all over the business?
It's hard to have control all over the business because there are many factors that you don't control. But there are some moments when you simply, when you work a lot with someone, you can feel that you are on the same way or lines of thinking. And I think that's a lot about the trust. That's if you work together, trust grows, and once you have to let those people shine, and I think that's a good. It is not easy. It's hard, but at some point I had to, because my head will just explode.
Yeah, I can
trying
imagine.
to keep everything in the head, so it doesn't make sense.
So was it hard for you to let control to anybody else?
Pretty much yes, because I was really from the start I was used to have as much control as possible and do everything myself and slightly introducing new people. But I'm not the one who can fix anything by having my hands dirty anymore.
So can you share some examples of innovative and your favorite use cases where Infobip solutions have made a significant difference? I know for one story that you sent to the States. Please tell us about it. And it worked.
Yeah. It was not the States. It was again like 2008 when we created some mobile operator equipment, and it was first of kind. And it was kind of okay. As Sylvia, our CEO, said, we have to do it, and we didn't think too much. Gone there, we had an extremely good guy who is still with Infobip, and made great things out of it, and made really it work at the first sight. So we shipped. It was like kind of hard equipment. We never knew never seen it before. Was able to make it work, ship it to some operator, and had some mobile phones shipped to, I don't know, it was I think Germany, to be able to test it generally, and it really worked. Like from the first thing once we tried it, it worked, and I was very suspicious, like it can't work, but it really worked. Although we experienced a lot of issues later in next months. But it was really a great thing. And I would say through history we had few of these, not only technical, but also commercial or business-wise breakthroughs that helped us a lot to grow, like being locally present in many countries, so having brave young people who are willing to go to, I don't know, Malaysia, Latin America, Africa, Nigeria, wherever, all the markets where many people were interesting markets for us because of mobile penetration there, and people just went there and find another people around, hired people, learn them all that we need, and start selling and making connections and network with local enterprises, banks, and telecom operators. So
Did you manage to value all the values culture of the firm from the beginning to today? When we are talking about the culture of the firm, what do we say is the main culture of Infobip?
I think culture is really important. It's the glue that makes or breaks things. And this is something that we are not, at the start, we were not even aware that culture exists. You just find people that think similar and put them at work, and you work together and you see what works, what doesn't work. And as organization grows, this culture changes, and the main thing is really to try to keep it as it was at the start. And I think especially now in recent times, during COVID era and during the work from home, it's really hard for people to feel like part of the team and to feel the culture, and it's hard to transfer this an intangible thing to the people. So we have just recently announced like Back to Roots, where we are trying to work on this visualize and have some sentences, some principles. Who we are actually, how do we think about things, how do we behave, and try to make all the people so they realize what we want, how we want to be, how we want to achieve things, how we want to succeed at the end.
I saw an interview for one businessman yesterday, and he said that the things on the workplace will never be the same as they were before COVID. So working remotely, is it still an issue, or will we go back, or it's the mix? What is the best thing for you? What do you think?
For me, it's the mix. I think the working from office is much more productive, and I think the great ideas can happen only when you have people together with different, backgrounds, different specialties, talking about the same problems for different perspectives, and then understanding what is the problem, and then how to sort it out, how to cut the corners, how to make it really fast to sort out customer problems. And you cannot, the creativity that comes at such situation in front of whiteboard, really you cannot sparkle it in the 1 hour time slot next Thursday on the meeting. On the other side, there are also things that you can do best when you are on your own in the zone, like being isolated. So I would say somewhere in the mix.
It's always in the mix, yeah, in the middle. So I already said Infobip raised 200 million from one equity partners. Infobip's valuations surpassed 1 billion, making it first Croatian unicorn company. Define what this investment meant for Infobip. That was a big change, definitely.
That was a big change, I agree. We realized that we cannot grow fast enough if we keep financing from our own organic growth. And also we realized that US market is really interesting, really big, and we could do a lot of things if we have strong presence in US. And we are trying for a few years to tackle US, sending people there, trying local people, but it was really, really hard to bite the US market. So the only way to go was actually to try to buy some US company that is established there and build on those foundations. And I think at the end it worked really well.
So where do you see Infobip in 10 years? What are the plans?
It's really hard to say, but we have to keep growing or we won't be there, I think. That's the only two options.
It can even grow more.
Absolutely. I mean, the things that we are now doing, communications, it evolved a lot. It was hard to say 2003, 6, 9 where it will and how it will go. But now there are so many different ways how businesses are communicating with the people, with their end users over different, SMS messages, but over WhatsApp, Viber, Telegram. A lot of things are happening there. AI is just complementary technology that helps this to make it less annoying and more useful. So I think the whole market is still growing as it was in recent years.
And changing, definitely.
And changing constantly.
So you mentioned the US market, Miami conference Shift. How was it? And what are the plans for Shift in next 10 years here in Croatia and in the States?
Exactly, those are the plans. So I think it was very well accepted. It was like a success, big success in Miami, and we are just starting. So we plan to keep both in US and here. Here, of course, because we are majority of our people is in Balkan region in Croatia. And in US, as our strategic market, we're trying to be as much as close to the developers world there, and we must be recognizable on that market.
So next year, Miami Shift again?
Absolutely.
And Infobip in Zadar? Shift in Zadar, sorry.
Absolutely.
So I didn't ask you at the beginning, how are you satisfied with the Shift this year?
This is, I think, something that we can ask audience.
Are you satisfied? Was it good? We can now maybe ask the audience if they have any questions. As you saw, this was a little bit more of a live interview. If you have some tech or IT questions, please do. Please do ask whatever you need. Then more live questions from me. So, Isabel, work-life balance, that's the question that's often asked to all women in business. So I will ask you now today, how can you have a work-life balance when you have such a big company?
Yes, thank you for this easy question. I mean, it's a balance always, but it should go hand in hand somehow. I would say when in previous era when I didn't have kids, it was not so much about this balance because it was much easier. I just worked night and day and not so much thinking about those strange terms such as work-life balance. Now I really want to be part of the life also for my kids, so I'm trying to make both things work, and I check periodically with my wife if things are still good. So so far so good. I mean, it's hard, but I think it's necessary to do it.
You have 3 kids, yeah?
That's right.
So do they know what their father does for business?
But generally, they know that Infobip exists, and they would like to work there one day. So we'll see.
When they come to school, what they say? My father is
A developer. They say my father is programming.
Okay, nice. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So I heard that there is a book coming out soon. What will it be about, and what will be able to read in it?
There is a book that's coming soon, and I think it will kind of be of some kind of biography about the Infobip. So I think it could be interesting because there'll be many stories, and like with Roberto and Silvio having also a lot of things happening on worldwide during traveling. So I
could
think
you share some with us?
It will be fun to read. No, let's keep it for the book.
Maybe Roberto can share it now. Okay, we'll read it in the book. So, do you have any more? We have a question there. There, lady.
Oh, there. Okay. Oh, just a second. I'm really slow. Which one? Which one? You. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Carla. I'm from Mexico City. And I wanted to ask you, how was the shift from local clients you had like at first in your community and to a global community? Like, what were the major changes within the company to enable serving a worldwide community and clients such as Google, Meta, so on? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So when even before establishing Infobip, there are a lot of liquidity problems in Croatia. So we did something, and our clients simply didn't pay it, and they said they didn't even use our services. So we realized very soon that we have to go to try to do business out of Croatia. So we immediately started to work with Italy, Germany, so with the customers there. And once we realized there is a lot of that the market is really fragmented, then we started to send people on different continents, on different countries, and started to build local network, and then start step by step gain a bit of visibility. And I think Roberto was there in WhatsApp talking in early stages. It was 2010 or 11 when we established partnership with WhatsApp. It was kind of early days before acquisition, and they were very satisfied with the services we provided. So I would say the quality of service was really good, And then when Meta or Facebook acquired WhatsApp, then just started also to use our services. And then it was a lot about recommendations. So it was LinkedIn, Microsoft, many companies just recommended us because of the quality of service, which is really great to know. But that's the true story. And then it helped a lot to gain visibility. So we became like #1 provider for the majority of the markets beside US.
Are you okay?
Yes, thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you for the question. Anybody else? Here?
Do you remember the moment when you, as a founders, actually as a company, felt that you are going to succeed? Actually, probably there was a moment in the timeline of the company.
Sorry, can you please repeat?
So do you remember the moment when you, as and the founders, felt that you are going to succeed as a company?
We were thinking that we will succeed, from the beginning, of course. But there was no like one moment. We just started to do. We saw there was always kind of perspective. There is so much things we can do. That is so many things in front of us in our niche that needs to be done. So we are just kept doing, thinking how to do it better, starting employing new people. Business was growing, and it was like step by step. We didn't define anything like North Star. We must be there in some period of time. We just didn't have too much time to think too much ahead. There are so many work to do in front of us, so we just focused on that. Later we started to do some plannings, of course, and mission vision, those statements, but it was like just journey step by step.
Thank you.
Maybe some.
Just have in mind that we didn't have to prepare the pitch for venture capitals at that point of time. Now it's different. Sorry.
Maybe the question was going in the direction: was there a business that you did or a client, and you said, "Okay, now we are going worldwide"?
I mean, we did have a few of those breakthroughs. When you send someone in Malaysia and he creates a great team and they start really selling, and you can really feel, look, this is working. They are great. Let's copy the same thing all over the world. So definitely there are things that convinced us. Or we went in 2008, like first time that we are going to big, smallest telecom operator in India, smallest 200 million subscribers. That's small for them. But once that you realize that they are really listening to you and you can do this, it definitely gives you a big boost in your confidence that something must be right what you are doing.
Is the yeah? We are talking about doubts. Did you have any doubts?
There are always ups and downs that happens, but I think what I think is great that we have a really great team. That always someone is positive in the team, and trying to see the lights at the end of the tunnel. So of course we did, but we didn't let it make too big shadow.
Anybody else? So I have a last questions. Did you watch TV serial Uber or Spotify?
TV serial Spotify? No, I didn't. No.
Yeah, it's great. So maybe one day we'll see about Infobip. Who knows? Do you think about that or no?
I'm not thinking about that.
Not really. Okay.
Not really.
Thank you very much, Isabel Jelenic, founder and CTO of Infobip.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You were great.
Kad hoćeš, hoćeš sad odmah? Odmah idemo. Ladies and gentlemen, so we are at the fourth session of the day. The name of this session is Finance, Money, and Other Demons. The opportunity to include and change. Anyways, this is a panel about finance, about fintech, about demonology, and it is hosted by our moderator, Janos Barberis. He's a CEO at Founders Taboo. Janos, come on here. Can I get an applause for Janos? Here we go. We can go here. Now we have two speakers at the panel that will be speaking with Janos. No, wait. Okay, so anyways, this is Rebecca Martini. She's a head of strategy at Elevandi. There you go, here. And finally, we have Božidar Pavlović. I had to remember the name because I have never met him before. He's a managing director at Jackie. So anyways, Božidar, just take it away. Here's your mic. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. So, fintech, angel or demon. So before we start this, we may say things which don't want to be heard outside of this stage. So we do have holy water for anyone who sins on saying things that are not technically allowed. So I will be pushing both of them to say things which are easy to say and things which are harder to accept. My name is Janos Barberis. I'm going to be the moderator, and I'm going to take the stage saying that fintech for startups is now dead. There is no such thing as a fintech startup industry. So saying this, what do you think? First you, Rebecca, and then after.
Hi guys. I was working previously for the Monetary Authority of Singapore, the regulator, financial regulator in Singapore. I spun out my team about a year ago. We now run a think tank that helps connect public and private sector around financial services development. So I absolutely cannot say fintech is dead. I also run the Singapore FinTech Festival, which is 60,000 people that descend on Singapore once a year to talk about fintech. So I think 60,000 people would disagree with you there, Janos.
So are you saying that you're becoming an angel of fintech and you are spreading the wings to protect all the ecosystem?
Of course, yeah.
I mean, it's no wonder why we're dressed like that. She in white and me in black. So angels and demons, that's obvious, right? Yeah, I tend to disagree also with Janos that fintech is dead. It's not dead yet, I would say, but it's going there, I think.
So what do you think, because you're wearing black, so the demon of fintech, what would you name a demon of fintech to be?
Well, I think there are so many demons that it's hard to find an angel these days. Yeah, I mean, starting from BNPL, all the way to crypto. So from that perspective, there are just a few angels and much more demons in fintech. Although they did a good job in democratizing financials for all, because banks were really untouchable back then. Now it has changed, but I think fintech ate its own tail to a certain extent.
But 1 second, so you're saying like crypto is a demon, but I remember how cryptocurrency was here to save the world, make things better, take away the bad banks. So why do you say that crypto... It did
save the world, didn't it? Oh, I'm sorry, it didn't.
So anything specifically about cryptocurrency that you think was very negative?
I mean, the idea in itself and the technology underlying, I like it very much. Yeah, but just like with every hype, and to be honest, I'm expecting this to happen with AI and large language models and stuff like that. There were lots of bad actors there, which kind of spoiled the whole crypto world, and it's pretty hard to like get cleared out of that thing. So currently, I mean, that's obvious because we have now the bear market lasting for like months and months. And I mean, I guess everybody hopes still the big money is in crypto, and it will change most probably after every bear market it's a bull market. But still, I think there's lots of work to be done to get cleared out of FTXs of this world and such guys, yeah?
So coming back now on the angel side, so Rebecca, what do you think are angel moments of fintech, or what are the angels for the industry?
I've dressed wrong, I think, for this session. I think that one of the angels of fintech is its ability to keep reinventing itself. So we started, I think when you're getting at, is fintech dead? Fintech became TechFin became Web3. Now I'd say, particularly in Asia, it's all about RegTech and SoupTech, which is ultimately then selling fintech to governments and to regulators and central banks. So it has the ability to constantly evolve itself. So I would say it's very much alive and kicking.
So it's interesting. So what you're saying is, when maybe 5-6 years ago, the majority of fintech startups would look at governments as saying, you are killing us with the regulation, you are killing us with the process. Now the same governments are supporting, enabling those founders. Do you have some example where governments or government infrastructure play has worked as angels for B2B entrepreneurs and fintech startups?
There's a few countries in the world that have built national payment systems which enables you to do peer-to-peer transfer of payments for no cost at all. So Singapore is one example. We have a national identity scheme, SingPass, and then we have PayNow, which is our payment system. India has the same with Aadhaar as the identity layer, and then UPI is the payments layer. Brazil has the same thing with Pix. And by providing this infrastructure as kind of free, completely free payments, it's possible then for entrepreneurs to build on top of that value-add services. In Brazil, you can now do lending, point-of-sale lending on top of this national payment infrastructure. So I think there are some great examples where governments are starting to catch up and actually become customers for fintechs. There's another example that I shared yesterday called Project Bakong, which is a retail CBDC project in Cambodia. So Cambodia didn't set out to build a CBDC. They didn't really know what they had been building, to be honest. They approached the Singapore government. I was working there at the time and went to a delegation to Cambodia to look at what they'd been building. Basically, they tried to build a real-time, or they put out an RFP for a real-time payment system vendor. And the cheapest vendor that came back happened to be a blockchain company from Japan. So what they ended up with trying to build a real-time payment system was a retail CBDC that they now offer throughout Cambodia. It has 200,000 users, which is small, but it's a small country. And they've accidentally ended up with a leapfrogging fintech Web3 solution that otherwise wouldn't exist.
So just before going back to the audience and talking about another demon, buy now, pay later. Who here knows about buy now, pay later? Raise your hand. Okay, so so now raise your hand if you think buy now, pay later is a demon. Okay, and raise your hand if you think it's an angel. Okay, so it's not quite 50-50. So what's your view? Angel or demon? Buy now, pay later.
Currently a demon, for sure. But I think, to come back to a previous question on the regulators, it's an increasing, we see an increasing attempt to regulate BNPL more. And again, coming one step back regarding regulators, I think you shared with us fascinating statistics yesterday when you said that the e-money license in the UK, the statistics says that only 7% or 7%. Please share it with us.
So now so it was interesting talking of regulators being angels. Regulators have supported the rise of the fintech industry, especially in the UK. And one of the most common elements was electronic money license. 70% of applicants used to get an electronic money license from the FCA in the UK 5-6 years ago. Now it's 7%. So they decreased by 10 times the amount of license being issued. So now it means that regulators, as far as the UK is concerned, is cracking down on fintech startups trying to acquire it. So here
that's also sending a message of sorts, right? Do they feel they need to regulate it more, or they were too liberal in the past, or maybe they think fintech as we know it is dead as well, right? But coming back to BNPL again, why I think it's on the demon side. Well, we all know that on the BNPL side, the interest rates are actually quite high, bordering with loan sharks. I don't want to enter the discussion about the morality of interest rate A as opposed to the interest rate B, because this will lead us into an ethical discussion, and we don't want to burden the audience with that kind of talk. But still, I think they're preying on BNPL companies, preying on this current zeitgeist where I need to, when I see something on a social network or in the shop, or if it's served to me through a commercial, I need to have it just right now, immediately. I need to have it without thinking, how will I afford it? How could I afford it?
But there was an interesting thing. It's a video actually I saw this morning when I got up. There was a story of Burger King in the US. When Burger King started to accept credit card as a way of payment for food, and you had the majority of the people in the Burger King who said, well, if you can't afford a burger with cash, you shouldn't be using a credit card for it. And now we know how credit card is coming in. So there might be an element of also acceptance, and that's morality and habits. And I'll show that video. It was Burger King promoting the acceptance of credit card and the backlash you had about that notion of why should you spend $2 on a credit card as opposed to $2 in your pocket. But talking about, you said about morality, for example, and I know yesterday we talked a little bit about Islamic finance, for example, and how here it's embedded into the financial product because of the country. So I don't know if you want to start talking about, for example, Islamic finance and why you think it's an angel of fintech.
Yeah, I haven't been in touch that much with Islamic banking, to be fully honest with you, because in the region where I operate, we don't really have Islamic banking, so I'm sure that Rebecca knows more about it. We basically agreed yesterday that there's a growing middle class in Muslim countries, and they want to have the mature financial instruments which are growing within the boundaries of Islamic banking, right?
Yeah, I think we're starting to see a huge growth in Islamic financing across Southeast Asia, Malaysia leading the way, and then, of course, from the Middle East. I think the conversation yesterday, we were trying to assess whether that counted as some form of adding morality into financial services, when in reality it's just a new customer segment that's reaching middle class that therefore is probably worth serving. So it kind of takes away that morality question, sadly, and probably doesn't address it in the same way. I guess, though, the broader morality piece around fintech is it's finding a need that exists that isn't otherwise being solved for and trying to address it. So the reason why you're in fintech to start with is you tried to build a bank because you couldn't open a bank account, right? So there's needs in financial services. We can all see where there are gaps from the traditional system, whether that's because of the regulation and licensing or because banks have a monopoly, where we would all like better solutions. So maybe you should share about your starting a bank story.
Well, I started a bank from, it was a different point, but it was about 7-8 years ago. I came out of university and I felt that I was cheated by the financial system because I did all those great studies to never got a job into a bank. And then I saw all the people my age and my generation that had their future life outcome written off because there was an economic crisis caused by the bank. And I wanted to rebuild finance, and therefore it led to building a bank, led to building an accelerator in fintech to have a new wave. But that was the interesting element, is I think when you see how the fintech startups that have emerged out of 2010, even though it was a social crisis, it didn't make them very social fintechs. Payments, lending, some of the biggest valuation in the startup ecosystem, asset management, robo-advisory. There is very limited amount of social benefit from that. But actually, you, Rebecca, were on a panel yesterday talking about bootstrapping of selling the future growth, right? Unpaid POC, angel or demon?
Absolute demon. I think in one of the demons of fintech, of financial services, is the sales cycle to sell, particularly B2B fintech. So to sell into a financial institution can take 18 months to 2 years, would you agree? Something like that. And in that time period, you obviously can die if you don't have funding. And I think the stat is something like 20% of POCs in financial services actually pay the startup for delivering that pilot, that POC, whether or not you get the contract at the end of it. I think we're moving slightly beyond that. It's starting to become a bit easier as banks get their procurement processes sorted out. There are now sandboxes that exist that means you can test APIs and connectivity on synthetic data so that it's a safe environment before you implement with a bank. But it still is not the easiest industry to sell into for licensing reasons and for the monopoly of the banks.
And I think on you, because you've known Norwegian quite a lot and you invested and worked on them, financial inclusion, I think it's a very hard one not to agree that it's an angel element. But do you think it should be the role of a startup or the role of a government? Where do you see who should now be the real angel for all those people in emerging markets?
Well, those companies are basically filling the gap that's existing out there because the government and the commercial banks are not trying to fill that gap because there's no resources or there's no money or there's no interest, financial interest on behalf of the commercial banks to cover that. So it's just, again, they're filling the gap because they could. Yeah. Yes, this should be the task of the governments, but we're not living in a Disney World, right?
Where does venture capital come in, right? So the Wolf of Wall Street, greed is good, high roller, high valuation. Venture capitalists, angel, demon, how do you look at this?
Oh, absolutely demons. I hate this greed is good thing. Although I'm trying to raise
That's
VC
because
fund,
this is because you're an angel investor.
And fundraising, if anyone
and
wants.
fundraising currently, yeah. I would like to introduce a bit more of a morality to that industry. Yeah, it sounds like a moonshot, sure, but starting from our own experience, learning by doing, I guess.
How would you bring morality on the investment side within fintech? What would you practically do?
I wouldn't invest into gambling, for instance. I wouldn't invest in some industries that I might feel are not, at least to my own personal sense of morality. Yeah, I don't think I would invest into BNPL, to be honest.
And you, Rebecca, how do you see the investment landscape in Asia? Who are the one supporting startups? Or do you think down the line getting paid revenue and client paying for you is the best way moving forward?
The venture capital scene in Southeast Asia particularly is not as developed as the US or Western Europe, where this greed sort of mentality probably exists in a bigger way.
Western Europe.
Western Europe. I did say, yeah. Yeah, I think funds there are a much smaller size. They're only maybe second or third round that they're raising for at the moment. So it's still developing, which means you have much more of a community-centered angle to it. I think it's less greed-focused. But ultimately, the big buyers in Asia are the banks, maybe even the tech companies versus the fintechs. I shared an anecdote yesterday about an interview I did recently with Eduardo Saverin, who's the co-founder of Facebook. He's based in Singapore, and he's now the managing partner of B Capital, which is $1 billion fund in Asia. Having said there weren't many big funds, this is one growth fund that does exist. And his whole message is around if he were to build Facebook today, how he would do it differently, or whether he would even do it to start with, because when he started out with Mark Zuckerberg, if they could realize what they were building at that point and the negative impact it would have on the world, he wouldn't have done it. I think that's easy to say in hindsight. He also is not the founder of Facebook. I had to explain who he was. No one really knows Eduardo Saverin, so maybe that's part of it. But it does mean now, in the companies that he invests in, there is an element of trying to inject morality with the founders to think about, we've heard a few times on this stage, for founders looking at that unicorn status further down the line. Like from day one, you need to believe in yourself and that you're going to hit that vision. So then you should already be thinking about, if I do hit that goal, what are the implications that could extend from that? What's the damage? What's the negative externalities of what I'm working on, as well as what would be positive for the world? I think that is an important mindset, an interesting one to work into your business. But I think it's easier to say in hindsight for sure. You're not going to... It's a hard morality question to say, would you turn down funding or would you turn down finding your product market fit because in 10 years' time it might have multi-billion users and be a problem?
And it's whenever you aim to run a global business, I guess it's to a certain extent like opening a Pandora's box. You never know when you will end up. So, coming back again to the morality question, I would invest into a defense company knowing that in 10 years from now it can be misused. But that's really a personal point of view.
So looking forward, and so we still have about 10 minutes, and if you have questions to ask, start getting ready, and we'll take the question in about 5 minutes, so start thinking. So looking forward, when we got introduced by Nick, my opening line was, fintech burst has been bigger than the dot-com burst back in the 2000s. The stock market and the collapse of share price of 80-90% of fintech companies, Ethereum being one, Stripe being another. Do you think this was a demon, or do you think this was an angel? Do you think that destroying so much shareholder value is hurting founders, or is showing founders a big reality check that is positive for them? How do you look at this? The recent crash of the fintech market publicly and privately, was this a demon moment or an angel moment?
I think it was an angel moment, if we want to really, split it into two completely separate boxes. Yes, the evaluations were overblown by far. And coming back to the discussion, bootstrapping or future growth, I mean, having a valuation of 33 billion for a company that has 20 million customers, when will it pay off ever? I don't think so. So it's getting much more healthier than it used to be. I think this would change, this would start growing, but not all those companies. Some companies we saw failed big time, yeah? So yes, this was maybe not really an angel moment, but rather a fresh, a bucket of fresh water in the face.
I completely agree. I think it's a helpful reset on the industry. I think we did share, when we were talking yesterday, that B2C fintech does feel like it's dead. There's less opportunities there, and the market reset has impacted that. Goran, you're not happy about that. I'll give you a chance to respond in a second. But the banks are still there, and they've still got a shitload of money. So there are still exits that can be made, good exits. And I think a good strategy in fintech is to look for M&A, whether they're buying you to acquire your talent or actually your business or your license, as it may be. There's still enough interest there.
And I think it's actually a good point, because I remember 7-8 years ago, we were talking about banks as the devil, as a thing that was stifling innovation. And now we don't necessarily need to say that the banks are the angels, but they have either acquired startups, they have acqui-hired founders, they have distributed at scale a certain level of innovation. I never thought 7 years ago I would be now saying this. But I think it's important to re-challenge yourself on where is the state of the industry going forward. So we talked about the dot-com burst, but the dot-com burst also gave us Facebook, Amazon, Google, and then in Asia you had the Baidus and the Alibabas of the world and the Tencents. So if you were to look forward and you had some fintech entrepreneurs, either 2.0, they're restarting their company, or 1.0 is they now want to go into building their new company, what do you think the opportunity should be ahead of them in terms of doing finance for good, now that we have the chance of restarting that fintech industry with a new generation of startup founders? So either of you want to start first on what is the next big positive social change opportunity, so that when we come back on this stage next year, Nick, we are able to say, here are the proper angels of fintech.
I think governments are now customers. Just to reiterate that point, that there has been a shift where when we look at financial inclusion, it's not just the entrepreneur that's going in and trying to find an addressable market. Governments are putting real money behind supporting these projects taking place. They're also building the infrastructure, as I shared earlier, that you can build on top of. So there's a lot more opportunity now to do good while making money. Arabian is a good example of that. Antonio was speaking about it yesterday. But then I do think the dot-com companies that we'll start to see now are probably still in spaces that you'd think would be addressed by now, but still aren't. Like payments still is a huge, it's all about the margins, and there's still huge margin to be made. So there's an opportunity there. Some other examples, Token 2049 was last week in Asia, which is a big crypto conference. there seems to be a lot more building around consumer apps again in DeFi. So there's almost, now that the technology is there, maybe there is the opportunity to go into that space, although that's probably a bit further out. So I think there's governments as customers, there is still traditional kind of boring world stuff that needs addressing in payments, and then we're going to see a lot more happening in Web3.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think B2C has lost its appeal, or if you want to put it differently, it's the playing field has been saturated. But there's still lots of spaces in B2B fintech, in B2G fintech, as you correctly pointed out. And I also think that maybe it wouldn't be easy to build a fintech on a global scale, but there are still lots of pockets of opportunity, so to speak, for even B2C fintech in Southeast Asia, in Africa, in Latin. There are still big countries who are terribly underfinanced. I mean, from the financial perspective, unbanked, really. So we have to aim to bring the level of financial inclusion and literacy in those countries, in those areas, to like at least 60–70%. And then, I mean, it's lots of business for everybody there. And once we get there, then we could think of a more fair global solution, if you want. And what you mentioned earlier when we were discussing, Janos, this fourth wave of fintechs, we shouldn't underestimate the new rulers of fintech, big fours, fintech, Google, Facebook, Google, Amazon. So they're becoming, they're getting they're in charge actually right now. It's just a question of time when they will be present with their financial solutions everywhere.
So, as we take a question from the audience, and if you asked your question before, I had to give one example of an angel or a demon. If it's demonish, don't worry, we have the water to absolve you from your sins, so that's going to be totally fine. But actually what you mentioned about the angel element, and as people are getting ready, I think angel investment in pocket of geographical differentiator will give a lot of space for angel investors to come in, whereas the ventures capital won't get the scale, but the financial return still will be quite positive. So I totally agree. Is there any questions here that wants to challenge anyone, or you want to give an example of angel or demon in the fintech industry? Or you can also say a government, for example. So it can be a government, a bank, a startup, or a big tech. And Facebook is too easy to say that it's a demon, by the way. They have enough on their plate. So, anyone? No? So, go ahead.
Goran, I feel like you should explain your view on buy now, pay later, because it's completely different to what we've just spoken about.
Well, maybe not. Yeah, exactly. Well, I know the panelists, so I can be a little more liberal with my questions and comments, but the whole fintech thing being dead, it's, I mean, come on, it's a staple of the economy for it's happening for the last 10,000 years of traders of goods and services. So whenever the governments introduced IOU notes, whenever the government supported them, wherever the coins were issued, that's all called fintech, technology of that time. So now we're talking about technology of this time. So yeah, I don't think it's dead. It's just as long as there is economy, as long as there is exchange of goods and services, fintech will continue, or the companies will try to improve those processes going forward. And for that reason, B2C is not dead. Maybe it's saturated at this moment, but when you zoom out just a little bit, in 10 years' time, I think there is going to be another wave of innovation, and because it is a staple of the economy. Yeah, I was listening to all of that. I was listening to Božidar, and Božidar and I work together as well. So he was saying so many things that I have to doubt the loyalty of where we come from, especially, for example, buy now, pay later. You know, I've been fortunate enough to be part of Afterpay, the Australian buy now, pay later, from the almost early days. So I kind of disagree with the statement of interest rates and all that. It's a free product if you use it smartly, wisely, and the companies are actually, well, we did at Afterpay, we actually implemented a lot of there is no due date. There is a due period. If you do pay, we extend the thing, extended payment terms and all of that. So I think there is been, Buy Now Pay Later was so successful that they opened the market for a bunch of new players, and those late adopters actually kind of spoiled the game for everybody else in terms of their reputation. So I have my questions about that as well. But it was definitely an interesting discussion. So good job.
And kind of like what we were saying is like, you know, it's in French you have an expression which is le roi est mort, vive le roi. The king is dead, long live to the king. And I think it's exactly the same thing in fintech. There's a wave of fintech that has died, and there's going to be a new wave immediately there because digital finance won't stop. We need finance, we are in a tech world, and from that perspective there will be continuity. The question is, who are the new kingmakers in that industry? So we have 1 minute to go. What do you want people to remember apart from asking for one more question? Do you want to ask it?
Sorry. One more question. So I have a startup that's selling educational toys for kids. I have been selling it online for like 6 years now. I've been blocked by PayPal 3 times. I've been blocked by Stripe 2 times. I've been blocked by Shopify payments once. Mercury, you know, this neobank, has closed our bank account for a single day when the war in Ukraine started, probably because they understood Croatia for Ukraine or something like that. My question would be, like, what is your opinion on regulation when it comes to fintech, when it comes to all these payment processors? I kind of have a feeling that it's becoming like worse and worse, and that, you know, there are just these algorithms just banning, Shopify merchants, people doing e-commerce and stuff like that. You know, it has become so bad that it's even a meme. You know, you stop drop shipping, you get banned by PayPal like a week later or something like that. So what's your opinion on regulation and, you know, those kinds of things? Perhaps e-commerce, let's just narrow it down.
Sure, we'll take it.
Madam Regulator.
Well, I'll get Rebecca out of this one. I think a real demon in whatever you do, whether it's the fintech industry, you have people, process, and paper. And I think sometimes it's not about regulation, it's literally about an idiot that doesn't understand a process, and then a bank just automatically blocks people. I think it's bad process, bad paper, and bad people which are killing something like this. Regulators do have a bad press, but I think in those automated rules and at account shutdown, it's really bad internal processes more than it is bad regulation. They're just covering their ass as opposed to thinking. And I think those people are more demonish than sometimes what the angel of the purpose, like you entrepreneurs, building businesses that help essentially kids and education system.
Yeah, I think regulators are necessary, and I would like to see them more proactive than reactive, which is currently the case in most of the countries. Singapore is definitely a very bright example of a proactive regulator, that's for sure. And I'm not saying it because of Rebecca, but I mean, they really are. And on the other hand, regulation is often considered as an excuse for not doing something. Like, oh no, we cannot do that because of GDPR. We cannot do that because of PSD2, because of, Basel II, without actually understanding what it's all about. Regulation is there actually to enable things and to control, not to control, but to help out the economy, to help out the end clients, to help out companies. They should feel safe within this, wild seas of fintech.
I have a feeling that, like all these companies, when they become as big as like Stripe or PayPal, sometimes it's easier for them to just like block merchants with some kind of an automated, AI tool, which is just, a big if statement, rather than, just, talk to the people understanding the issue. I mean, the same thing is happening when they block, in example, Facebook pages for advertising and stuff like that. But anyways, back to your panel. Yeah, sorry.
Well, we're now slightly over time, so if you want to continue this very religious discussion about fintech, angel, and demon, please do this. We'll stay over there. In the meantime, thank you very much for the stage. Thank you to both our amazing panelists. And for anyone, have a wonderful rest for the conference.
Thank you, demons and angels. I think Dan Brown must rewrite that novel. So that's it from our sessions. We are back at 4:30 with a pitching competition. Second today, later stage startups, taking the stage. Let's see who's the best. See you at 4:30. Hello, hello. Small announcement. With the owner of the car registration plate. No, I'm just joking. there's, there's popcorn and free beer there in the corner. So if you want to. Thank you, thank you. We'll start shortly. Hello. Hello once again. Okay. So, money never sleeps. That's why we're going to rush this. No, I'm just kidding. So, welcome to the startup stage. We have a pitching competition, yet another, this time later stage startups. We have 5 champions representing their business ventures, and we have 4 judges that will be judging them. So, let me introduce the judges who will be sitting on these very beautiful but uncomfortable beanbags. First, Bogdan Iordake, General Partner of Underline Ventures. Take a seat. Big round of applause, big round of applause. Next, Thomas Bergman, partner at Pixia. Did I say that correctly? Pixia. Božidar Pavlović, managing director of Universe, it feels like, but it says Jackie. And Rebecca Martin, head of strategy at Elevandi. So let's repeat the rules of the game. Startups have 3 minutes to pitch. They will stand here, X marks the spot. They will have a clicker and a presentation, and 3 minutes to wow you, and then have 2 minutes for questions from the judges. Is that clear? Okay, so let's start with the first one. Let me introduce Chino to the stage. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. We're Chino, and we're changing the way every single one of you splits bills. So if you think about it, we're in 2023, but we can do a simple thing like paying together for a Netflix subscription, for a flight ticket, your hotels to Zadar for this conference. And so what we do is we live in a world of reimbursements. And it's a huge world because every day, 5 billion are being reimbursed between peers globally. And this is especially painful for a group of people who have this on a recurring daily basis. It could be couples, roommates, friends on trips. Can I have a raise of hands of who has ever paid for someone and never received their money back? Exactly. So what we're doing is we've created an automatic way to pay and split any bill. This is how it works. Whenever you pay with Chino, instantly, everyone's share is debited directly from their bank accounts, which means that you paid 100 euros to the restaurant and they don't even know that you split the bill, but you only paid your share of the expense. And how we're doing that is that we've invented a way to connect multiple bank accounts to one specific card. And we work with all the EEA banks. So you can use Chino with your friends in Germany or Netherlands, and you can have any banks working together. So you don't have to all be on Revolut. How it works is similar to WhatsApp. You can create group with friends or just do one-off payments. And then we instantly generate a virtual card that is connected to your bank account. So whenever you pay, it splits. And you can adjust the ratio anytime that you need within the app. We've, in essence, removed all of the old players like the Splitwise, the Revolut, the joint accounts with the simplest and fastest experience. But let's our traction speak for ourselves, because the minute someone pays with Chino for the first time, they're sticking with us forever. And within 2 minutes that they get onto the app, they invite 2 other people to the app, to Chino. And we won 2 awards this year with MasterCard for our innovative solution for social payments. We're expanding through TikTok, where our segment lives, by creating relatable content about the funny issue of splitting bills. And again, don't take my word for it. These are all our users sending us pictures, creating videos on TikTok that are going viral about how they love using Chino and what use cases they use it for. If we're going to continue growing this way, we're going to hit, by 2028, 2.17% of the European peer-to-peer transaction market. And this was a bottom-up calculation, so VCs, if you want to ask me how I got to that number, I can do that later. And our business model is twofold. We primarily focus on interchange fee as our revenue, which means it's free for you to use it anytime. The only time you would pay is when you travel abroad and you transact in a non-European currency. And we also have a B2B chapter I'm happy to talk in the Q&A. Our team not only comes from the biggest payment companies, but also the consumer companies. And last but not least, we're launching exclusively for Shift our new feature. So if you want to test it, download the app today. Thank you.
So, the first question, the division of that bill is only by percentage and not by the items you actually purchased.
So it works, I cannot go back to the slides, but we have 2 features on our app. One can be by percentage and one can be for an actual amount.
And how do you get those rows of things bought in a long restaurant night to the app?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So the long list of things you bought at the restaurant, many dinners, many different meals, many different orders. How do you get all of that to the app?
Yeah, so in that feature, you would basically put the total amount. We immediately say, if you want to split equally, this is how much each one pays. And can you basically adjust and said, I'm only going to be paying 30 euros of that bill. That's it.
That you're partnering with, what is your relationship with the banks? Do you have a direct relationship? How do you aggregate?
No, we don't need to have a direct relationship. We have a direct relationship with Visa, Apple Pay, Google Pay. We are credited by them. But we work with an acquirer who works with all the banks around the EEA.
You mentioned traction, and I was looking at the 77 retention rate, if I'm not wrong, for the first month. Since when did you launch, and how is this progressing towards time?
Yeah, so I think two things about because this is a blended retention. So our retention, for example, couples, it's at 85 to 90%. Roommates is around 80%, and then friends on trips, their retention rate is at 50 because they come back to us every couple of months, right? So then it goes up and down. But it's pretty steady for 60 days, that retention rate. We exited beta in May, so we were open to close friends and very early beta users from January to May of this year. And from this May, we exited, and we're live now all across Europe.
So it's a virtual card only?
Yes.
Is it a single-use or a multi-use card?
Monthly user?
Single-use or multi-use? So could
So
you
we
use
have
the
both.
same card?
We have both. So we
choose?
have one card for Chino that you can use for one-off payments with anyone. That's what we've launched for Shift Conference. And then the groups, it's also one card per group, and it's for recurrent expenses. You can buy whatever you want, whenever you want.
So who, my last question, who actually pays for the stuff? One dedicated user from the group, or any person can do that?
So anyone can do that.
Okay.
But usually, statistically, we see that in every group, there's always the accountant person who usually makes the payment for the groups.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much. There you go. Okay, so for the next startup, let me pull up my magic list. By the way, the organizers have just told me that if you want a beer or if you want popcorns, that you just need to raise your hand, and Nikola Pavicic is going to personally take the popcorns and the beer to you alongside with the rest of the Infobip C level. So yeah, just raise your hands if you want something. Let's see, the next startup joining us right now is called Mobility One. Do we have a representative of Mobility One here? Do we have them? Oh, here we are. Okay, so the stage is yours. Just stand at the X, look at the timer. When you start speaking, it starts counting down. So,
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Mobility One. Just shortly, we are software as a service for fleet management for companies and enterprises, and we will present you today the future of fleet services now. World around fleets is changing. There is lack of resources. There are cars which are being connected. There are ESG rules which have to be implemented in companies. But fleet management in companies still remains the same. Most companies really struggle and they don't have tools to track and manage their fleets. And you wouldn't believe, but the most used tool in companies is Excel and other spreadsheets. The reason it's not working is that data is everywhere. There is no single point of truth. Communication between stakeholders, which are basically connected, even with users, cars, and so on, is not going forward, and processes cannot be digitized at that level. If you ask for quick queries, you will not get the answers from fleet managers, and they will need probably weeks and days to make the reports. Of course, there are no KPIs and automation, and international fleet management and headquarter view is not functioning. We are here for that. Mobility One. Mobility One is a solution which is helping our customer corporates to handle their fleets on very easy way, to bring efficiencies and to be integrated and implemented very easy into the companies. You can work with Mobility One from planning to execution at all levels and reporting. There are many functionalities. I will not name them all, but this is everything you need as a fleet manager in a corporate company to manage your fleet effectively and to come to value proposition, which is savings. It's time, definitely. We lose a lot of time in managing fleets. It's fleet costs, it's CO2 emissions, which we have to decrease now. Of course, we can increase utilization, bring transparency, and bring higher safety for the users. We are going to the huge market, which is going to be even bigger. In the next 10 years, we believe 300 million vehicles will be tracked with different tools. And Mobility One is earning from revenue streams. The main one is subscription fee, which is calculated per vehicle per month. So you don't have to invest anything in our programming. You will just start and pay as you use. Our global competition, we see Avrios and Vimcar, Fleetster, Fleet Guru, and Fleetio. And our key differentiator is that we can enable companies to manage not just vehicles, but also the other types of mobile assets, and you can have the international and headquarter view with Mobility One. The team is, I would say, experienced. We are coming from C-level positions from multinationals, and with Mobility One, we are looking for 1.2 million investments for go-to-market and product development. Thank you very much.
And the time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I get the round of applause? Thank you. The questions now.
Okay, I'm gonna begin again. First of all, I met you guys yesterday, so I know a bit more about you, and you also know that fleet management was my first startup. Yes. That same pitch has been presented on stages over the last 15 years, more times than I can count. These companies, one of them was actually on your slides, has been pitching to me for last year at least. What makes you the one that will succeed in a world where 15 years, nobody has done that?
Very good question. As I told you yesterday, yes, we believe we will be the kings of Southern and Eastern Europe, that's for sure, because nobody has been here for a long time and nobody of our competitors. But we also go global. I don't know if you saw that we are building a USA team and we are presenting Mobility One in USA. Fleetio is very strong. And outreach campaigns, marketplaces like Microsoft, which is our partnership company, and basically the inbound, for which we need a huge amount of funds, but it's not so huge to become a billion company, can help us to be faster. Because if we see just social networks, there is Fleetio with 20,000 followers. We are now at 2,000. Basically, we started 8 months ago. So it's possible, but it's hard. I totally agree with you. And there are risks. There is a risk also as well.
Who's your ideal customer?
Sorry?
Who is your ideal customer?
Ideal customer is a corporate with many markets, with big fleets, more than 500 units. This is what also competition confirmed to us. And these are not professionals like transportation companies. These are corporates in pharmaceuticals, which are having vehicles, light commercial vehicles, forklifts, different types of assets. This is our unique selling proposition comparing to those guys.
I've seen on your slide that you have clients who have sort of different type of vehicles, like forklifts you mentioned,
right.
and some others.
Yeah.
Is there a difference in the product that makes you better suited for these companies?
We are looking from their shoes. So if you look corporates in general, they have different types of mobile assets. It can also be a micro-mobility included inside, and they have to manage it. There are costs, there are users, there are some periodical activities. Everything what's similar on mobile types, this is what we bring to Mobility One, and Mobility One is helping them manage this. This is the differentiator for competitors, and we did it. For now, of course, maybe somebody else will do it. Thank you. One beer now for me, please.
Okay, thank you. I've been notified that we have an abundance of alcohol, so please get wasted with us. Free beer in the back. Okay, next one, Maggie. Good luck.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nina. At Maggie, we bring cardiovascular care to every patient. So this was 40 years ago, the beginnings of cardiology. And the guy that is there to your left is my father. And since then, we've made so much progress. we can do, with all the technology out there, we can do miracles for patients while they're in the hospital. But what happens actually with patients when they leave the hospital? And I think all of you here will agree with me that this patient experience didn't change at all for the past 100 years. And, seeing a doctor became a luxury. And in between, chronic patients are just left on their own. And that's the underlying reason why cardiovascular diseases, with all this progress, are still the leading cause of death worldwide. So we believe that no human should ever be left alone on their health journey. And this is why we developed Maggie. Maggie is here to help patients manage, understand, and improve their heart health. So our patients describe her as a friend, someone who is always there, they can rely on 24/7. And behind this very human and empathic communication lies actually quite a powerful engine that is designed to gather 360 data on a patient that is then structured, and we use it to diagnose, to treat, and even to predict what is going to happen with this patient in the future. So you wonder now, how come Maggie knows all that? Well, she was developed in a hospital on a very unique data set. So she actually already seen 500,000 cardiovascular patients. And we have doctors and nurses that in a real time fine-tune Maggie algorithms on a continuous basis. So we've launched, for the past year, we've launched our hypertension program, already getting a lot of traction both from healthcare providers and from pharmaceutical companies. But what really sets us apart is the fact that Maggie is not like a one-size-fits-all solution, but she's super personalized and fluid. And with that, we beat the industry in engagement and retention. And that's really fundamental when we talk about making a clinical impact. So CVDs are not only the leading cause of death, but also the world's biggest cost creator. And if we scale our clinical results, we can reduce that cost by 20%, which is super significant. So the team behind Maggie is very experienced. So we have 60+ years in healthcare industry, insurance, international business. We are also now fundraising and expanding our team. So if you really like what we do, please and come talk to us. And exclusively for the shift also, we've launched a demo version in English so you can scan and test Maggie to, have a chat. Thank you.
Thank you. What's the business model? How do you make money?
So, our go-to-market strategy is B2B, selling directly to hospitals, but really how we see scaling up is with insurance companies. So it's just an insurance product. It should be part of the premium, yeah.
And how are you incentivizing the doctors? You said they're improving the algorithms. How are you getting doctors and nurses involved?
So, we have doctors and nurses in-house. So they are part of the clinic, and the whole company is a spin-off from the clinic. So, they are kind of part of the company. They're employed to fine-tune the algorithms.
First question, Maggie will know a lot about me. Maggie will know not the problem of my computer or the problem of my house, but the problem of me, the vulnerability of me. How do you guard my very deadly secrets from anybody else?
So that's a question of cybersecurity, is it? All data is secured, encrypted, and patients are very much aware what data is being collected. They give consents to gather all the data from them. And we are currently a startup, so our data is stored on Amazon servers. This is the level of security we have today. Yeah, I see your face there. Definitely, there is like a risk strategy that is involved in scaling up the whole company.
You said that you're beating the standard for retention of the industry, and you had a 55% retention rate for Maggie and 40%, if I'm not wrong, for the industry. Like, to what exactly do you refer to?
So,
We don't have the slides anymore.
So, I mean, the 55%, if I'm not wrong, is the retention over 90 days. However, this is the mixed retention of our whole patient population. Currently, Maggie is given to all the patients that are incoming to clinic, so mix between healthy people and those that suffer from hypertension. So if we would analyze the cohort, those 55% are actually people who are sick, and the 45 are people who just don't have problems with hypertension. So it's kind of a mix.
All right.
Triaging people who really need the medical attention.
And to what are you comparing this? What was the industry standard?
Well, this was... So the industry standard was a report analyzing different digital health technologies currently present on the American market.
Thank you.
They're sending me to cut you off, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much. Can I get a round of applause? Thank you. So a short message from Maggie. The alcohol is actually very bad for cardiovascular health. So please do not drink the beers that Nicola is handing to you. If you do want to live shorter, the beers are located there in the southeast part of the room. By the way, don't disappear after the final speaker, because there will be apparently a piñata shaped like a unicorn that will be hanging here, and Thomas will be hitting it with a stick. I'm not joking. And also the final award ceremony is going to be at 5:45. We have 4 awards. We had 2 startup cohorts, one earlier today that was with poor startups, and this one with rich startups. Each is going to get 2 awards, one for the best pitch and one for the best to invest in, but no investments, I'm sorry. The next startup here is called Aestus. Can I get the representative? Here we go. Can I get a round of applause for Aestus?
Thank you.
Woo!
So accounting can actually get you hard problems. So, okay, let's start with. I'm Ivan from Aestus, and we're going to talk about accounting in the SMB sector. So in these 3 minutes, I'm going to touch the industry and the segment, and which is typically quite underestimated, and why we think that fundamentally we can change it. So SMB accounting is actually typically outsourced with SMBs. And with banking and telephony is the service they use every month and pay for it. On the other side, if we can take a look at the SMB market, just for the sake of this presentation, Croatia, which is interesting, 98% of all LTDs is SMBs. And we have more than 500,000 employees. And our lowest estimate is that they spend 500 million euros every year on this service. So let's take a look at the market and the problem. So the market is very fragmented, very traditional, and the quality of service is not standardized at all. The entrepreneurs use this service just to talk with the taxman. They're not running their companies with this data, and the language and the data is unfriendly, totally unfriendly for them. So what is also interesting, typically you're not even able to get a key insight, not even your standard cash flow, current cash flow out of your accounting system. Yeah. Just ask your accountant, in Croatia at least. But trust me, most of our clients have Excel spreadsheets where they're trying to run their cash flows, because the accounting is doing just weeks later. So let's take a look what is happening right now and why we think that we can change it. So we plan to actually, and what we managed to do is not to scale just the software, but also the service. We provide a full service for our customer, connecting technology, processes, and an entrepreneurial environment. And what we achieved inside of our organization is actually a system that is connecting processes and technology to continuously improve, to be able to scalably provide this service. But what we do actually do, yes, we do your books, for sure, but we also provide you the data and the tools to run your business through our software, but we are your advisors, because an accountant is not just a data processor, it's actually somebody who is your trusted advisor. That's maybe probably why we see cars running around alone and these self-driving cars, but we are not seeing yet self-driving accountants. So by the end of this year, we expect to finalize our financing for the next stage of growth with 2.5 million of investment. What we managed to do inside of our company, we have more than 350 clients right now, 1 million euro of projected annual recurring revenue, and we managed to grow 10 times in 3 years. And we plan to expand it really fast, and our focus is how to make the service delivery scalable. So I hope that I at least interested in this seemingly boring industry. We are going to continue our path, keeping inside that we are ready for the changing technological landscape with AI, but still not losing the focus from our customers, because our success is going to be the success of our customers, the entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
What's your exit strategy and when?
That's a great question. We actually got it from our potential investors. Okay, there is a private equity scheme which I don't like. What we're going to do is actually we think that our, let's say, closest comparable is in Sweden, a company who managed to do the same business model as we did. They reached some kind of 30% of market share. They're listed on their stock exchange with a current value of 680 million euros.
So this is a local proposition, because considering how often tax laws change everywhere in the world, you would need more people than programmers to keep up with everything.
This is not wrong, but it's not even fully correct, because what we think that the processes we develop and the software, the most part of the software is regarding how we run the business, how we deliver the service. Customizations are available, and we develop the software in such a way, and what we think that an expansion to different markets could be done by franchising the processes and the tools that we developed, and finding local partners who are well aware of the local agenda. Also take into consideration that most of the let's say tax part in Europe is quite consistent, and then there are some specifics. There are some specifics in every country, especially with the salary part, but it's not unmanageable. But let's take at least Croatia, for example. If we reach, let's say, 10% of the market share, we're going to have a 20 million euro of EBITDA every year.
How do you scale? How do you find SMEs? How are you attracting them?
So we have, which is interesting, the market is very fragmented. Our competition doesn't have sales, and we managed to grow so fast, and we actually postponing our incoming SMBs. They spread the word, but once they see our offering, that we actually solve a lot of problems. We collect the documents, we digitalize all their documents for them. They have a cash flow in line. We collect the data from the bank on a daily statement, and once they see the whole offering, and our pricing is, you're now paying for a software and an accounting, we are cheaper than that and better than that, and we managed to get a lot of clients quite easily.
I have expense in Singapore that is written in language you guys do not know. How do you deal with that?
Sorry, you have a?
I had expense in Singapore. The check is not written in English. You don't know that language. You don't even know where it's from, because you cannot understand a single similar letter there. How do you manage this?
Okay, we have a little bit of help from ChatGPT and other tools, but on a current level, these cases are really edge cases. The people are still in the loop. Our delivery system includes your customer success managers and your accountant, and they're going to be able to translate at least one piece of paper. They solve much different problems on a daily basis.
Thank you. That will be all.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Nicola, how are we doing with the beers?
We only have one beer left, guys.
Okay, and we have only one pitch left, so. Okay, last but far from least, heart count. Good luck.
Hello everyone, my name is Alex from HeartCount, and we are an employee engagement application and not a dating application. So the idea behind HeartCount came from our founding company, as we call it the mothership, Vega IT, which is a Serbian IT outsourcing company. And they decided to develop HeartCount for their internal reasons, because they wanted to retain their top talents, their senior developers, and also to strengthen their company culture. Why they didn't go with any other employee engagement application? Because they didn't have everything they needed in order to meet their special custom needs. So what does HeartCount do? HeartCount is an HR tool that is fostering data from the employees in real time. gathering honest feedback about their employee engagement, job satisfaction, their attitude towards company, and the most important part, their well-being. So how are we fostering data from employees? We are sending pulse surveys on a weekly basis, but that can also be changed depending on your personal needs. It can be bi-weekly, once per month, or however you decide. Those are 3 simple questions which need less than 2 minutes to respond to them and to give their honest feedback, covering 8 key segments. And all the questions are being written by professional psychologists, and also they can be fully customized to meet every client needs. So we're gathering that data in real time, and not waiting for a 1-yearly huge survey so we can collect their honest feedback on it. So one of the key features of the app are pulse check surveys, real-time feedback through direct messages through the platform and also through the surveys. You also have the option to develop custom surveys which can be sent to anyone from the team. You don't have to send to everyone. You can just choose the teams that you want to send to. Each individual is being anonymous or honest, confidential. You also have the platform for the employees, which they can leave kudos and peer-to-peer recognition, which employees love to give public recognition. And also the tool can notice HR if there is any potential of individual retention. So if there are any of the employees that are potentially answering with negative scores, they're applicable maybe to decide to leave the company. So the HR could prevent that turnover in real time. How we do that, we are collecting the feedback on 8 key segments, which are well-being, personal advancement, relation with management, the company, with colleagues, feedback recognition, job satisfaction, productivity and efficiency, and also we have the 3 additional segments that we are measuring, which is motivation, autonomy, and also emotional exhaustions, aka burnout, which is a very, very important component. We also can gather real-time feedback through direct messages on the survey, through the platform, so if anything is left unsaid through the survey, they can leave additional comments. We also have custom surveys, which you can set at any time. Kudos and peer-to-peer recognition, which some of our clients are using to award on a monthly basis their most recognized employees, which is like increasing engagement levels. Individual retention predictability score as well, and also you can see the platform overview, getting reports from us, and measuring employee engagement index. Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you started working on this platform because you had some specific things that you wanted to implement for your designer client, basically. Have you looked in the market? I mean, there are many other alternatives in the HR market toolset. Does this one fit more particularly to a certain segment of customers?
Yes, we do. We're always on a lookout to develop more features, to compare to ourselves to our bigger competitors, and our goal is to create a 360 platform for HRs. But what is going to be the difference between us and them? This is going to be precisely dedicated to the employee sentiment, so they can always give honest feedback with onboarding and offboarding surveys, and HR can always gather data in real time.
And is there a specific customer segment that appreciates this more than the other alternatives on the market?
Absolutely. Those are the mostly financial institutions, IT companies, remote companies, and also gambling and gaming industry because of their retention rates.
Having worked as a manager in a large telco company in Europe and doing 360 reviews once a year with same sort of questions was painstakingly hard because nobody wanted to answer. What's your incentive for people to answering this?
Because of the questions being asked, it is completely towards the employee sentiment, so you can gather real honest feedback on that. It's very different from the other surveys.
Or that's what you wish?
Yes.
For me, it's just one side of the same coin, because without the action behind the comments, if there's no action, then your software is also diminishing its value. I mean, its value is diminishing. So how can you make sure that in the company where you integrate, where you implement this, how to make the action possible on behalf of the managers? Because if an employee is sending a message to the board and it goes down the black hole and never gets answered, then they would say this software sucks.
Absolutely, and that is one of the issues that we've had with some potential clients because they don't want to implement this kind of tool because they don't have enough HR staff to react on those comments. So basically, if we have an ideal client who has enough people in HR people team, we're also offering best practices, advices on how to react to specific comments.
So your value offering is to increase HR costs.
No, we're very cheap actually.
If I need to hire 5 more people while you are cheap, it's still increasing HR costs.
Maybe so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, that's it from the startups. By the way, so the main ceremony is going to take place at 5:45. There's 4 awards, as I said, to 2 different startup cohorts. It's going to take place at the main stage. The main stage is this big thing in the circle in the center of this, thingamajig, and also they told me that I should stall a bit because they are getting this piñata ready for this thing up there. So if you want to take a look at Nicola busting the piñata, stay here. In the meantime, I'm going to ask a few funny questions. So Thomas, who was your favorite startup of the day? I suppose CircuitMiss, but who's the second favorite startup?
Too early to tell.
Too early to tell. Okay. So Božidar, do you have any comments on the startups you have been?
CircuitMiss, absolutely. I mean,
okay. Rebecca, CircuitMiss as well, or maybe some other startups?
I was very happy to see that out of the 5 startups, 3 of them were female founders. So maybe a round of applause for that.
I hope you didn't assume someone's gender now, but that's okay, Okay, so the piñata, is it coming right? Oh, Nicola is going to give us a word. So here's the guy, he invented Infobip. Nicola, give us something. Yeah, thank you.
So I started Infobip when I was 4 years old. I'm gonna be super honest. Super 20. I'm gonna be super honest with you guys. Like Thea came to me there and said, "We need you to say some very important words, but most importantly, we need you to stall, because we need to put the rope for the fucking piñata." So this is it. So I'm gonna do a game show again with we lost one of the judges. Is this the elimination process, what you do? Is this like voice, and then one of the judges gets eliminated, right? Rebecca, first time in Croatia, lives in Singapore, originally from Essex. I don't know who of you knows Essex. It's a very posh part of the UK. Okay, some people do know, obviously, the ones that are laughing. What's your first impression? Give us a laugh.
Nick, tell us what your favorite color is.
What?
Tell us what your favorite color is.
It used to be yellow when I was a kid, but I kind of lost it.
Nick once ran out of questions to ask on stage, so literally asked his speaker what their favorite color was during the session. So we're descending to that world, I think.
Keep talking.
Nicola, perhaps here's a question from me. So how long have you been?
Finally.
How long have you been at Infobip? No, for reals.
What? Almost 3 years now.
What was the most challenging thing you had to do in the last 3 years of working at Infobip? Give us the sauce. Give us the sass.
Yeah, one of the most challenging. Where are you guys going? Don't leave the room. I see someone leaving. Okay, no one leave the room while the piñata is up.
No one leaves. Close the doors.
Lock the doors. No one yell fire. The most fun part of working about Infobip was what you asked me, right?
The most challenging. I don't care about fun. What was challenging for you personally at Infobip?
Are you gonna strangle me with that Infobip cord? Is this what's gonna happen? The most challenging part is actually building a department from ground up that we started. This is the part where we all here after the Shift acquisition and learning. Actually, fun part. Infobip used to have this really, really hardcore onboarding sessions that used to, I think Domagoj is here. I don't see him there in the back. He used to do it. Like wave Domagoj to the people. He works in finance, poor guy. Accounting software, Aestus, there. All the SMBs, but so we used to do 4 weeks boot camps where people slept together. Wrong phrasing, sorry.
Damn, that's the thing I was looking for, yeah?
Well, people live together and then did like, cooked, washed, and then did presentation and blitz test every day for 4 weeks, then later 3 weeks. And then some of them would give up during the process. Some of them would be given up on.
Thank you,
It's-
Nicola.
it's a
I'm
funny
definitely
language.
going to start sleeping with my employees as well.
Yeah.
I
As
want
long
to-
as they are over 18.
I want to learn from
Under
the
18, I
unicorns.
keep forgetting.
So
yeah.
thanks for the advice.
So, this one is Albert, this one is Thea. We named them this randomly. No, but seriously, on how much more do I have to stall? A minute. No, but first of all, Albert, I saw Albert and I never really worked in sales, but people say sometimes I can sell stuff. I saw Albert presenting the Circuit Mess Batmobile, which was a super cool thing. You could get it at a Circuit Mess booth, maybe. And he did it in Hub 385 in Zagreb. And it was like, he's a natural. Like, he was really good on stage. And I was like, and I got this year the idea, and it took some convincing to do. And I was just, please come over, be our MC. And then he just give us basically a big round of applause for Albert.
Thank you.
Thanks
for having me.
No, seriously, who's an entrepreneur in his own right. He's been doing this since you were like 17.
Yeah.
And then now you're like, what?
24,
18?
almost 25, yeah.
I was trying to do that meme where he's like old you and says Albert 13.
I just wanted to thank Nicola. He gave me an amazing proposal. He said, Albert, do you want to come here for 2 days and lead the stage alongside with Thea? We're going to pay you €0, but you're going to add lots of, love and recommendations. That's what I got.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
But fortunately, I didn't have to sleep with anyone while here at the Infobip Shift conference. But it was okay,
Within your company. As long as it's within the company, it's fine.
Thanks, Nico.
I really hope there's no one from legal here. I really do. I'm so sorry. We're joking.
Or human resources, perhaps.
Infobip legal, I'm joking. Is this recorded?
So, Thea, what happened
This was
now?
I enjoyed my only shift. That's so good.
Now our esteemed high leader, Nicola, will be taking the inaugural swing at
Can
the
we get some
piñata. As he said, he's never done this, so fire away.
I regret.
Woo, 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 woo.
I regret.
Can we get like a countdown?
This is the first time I regret hiring Thea.
We'll do it in like 5. So count with me, okay? So from 5 to 0. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Piñata time and stuff. That's the catchphrase. Yeah, don't buzz the display. He plays rugby, by the way. That's what you get if you don't listen to him in Infobip, Yep. Yeah, do it. Yeah, boy. That's what we do in Croatia. Okay, another one. So in Croatia we call this kolinje. Sorry, Fruit Ninja. No, he was born in 2006. He doesn't have Fruit Ninja, yeah. Yeah, candy. Woo! Woo! Yeah! Let's give it. So that's it from the show. You can go and pick up the candy from the floor. It's at 5:45 in the main circle. I think that's it, right? We can wrap it up. Oh, sorry. All the startups should come to the award ceremony because if you don't come, you don't get the award. So, yeah.
Yeah, guys,
Okay.
main stage in 20 minutes awards. Everyone move there. We're going to have a closing ceremony. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Albert. Thank you, Thea. Give them a big round of applause.
Just don't
See you on the
hit me.
main
Everything's
stage.
fine. Just don't
Thank
hit me.
you. There is some more Bite Me chocolates.
Just easy with that log,
Chocolates. These piñatas are stupid.